Well, hello there, YouTube. So, usually I do videos on philosophy. I'm not talking about philosophy today. Today I'm going to talk about the other thing that I love, which is Doctor Who, the old Doctor Who's. So, I have this tier list here of every story from 63 to 89, and that's what this video is going to be. So it's just a bit of fun, by which I mean fun for me, not necessarily fun for any of you. This is the most self-indulgent video I've ever done. So yeah, whoever made this tier list, for some reason, put all the stories in the wrong order, which is kind of annoying. But it's okay because I know the order. So I'm just gonna go through it. Well, we start off with an unearthly child, and I think this one. I'm going to try to be, super critical here because I really love the old Doctor Who's. If I was being, completely honest, everything would be good or above. So, putting on my sort of super critical hat, I'm inclined to say that this one is actually an absolute classic, but I'll put it in great. So the thing is with an unearthly child, everybody recognises that the first episode is just stellar. The first episode is a perfect jewel. It's the perfect introduction to the show. But then people overlook the rest of the story, which I think is a real shame. I love the caveman episodes of An Unearthly Child. It's surprisingly dark and gritty. And it's an interesting approach to the historical because, most historicals in the show, they take place around famous people, famous events. In An Unearthly Child, the TARDIS travels back to this just random group of cavemen, and they're so far back in time that they don't seem human, right? The language it's stunted, it's simplistic, it's occasionally kind of has a poetic quality, but they don't speak normally. They are vicious, they're irrational, they don't have a concept of friendship. So this is a society that it's utterly alien, and I find that fascinating. Also, I mean, it's just wonderfully directed. The set design is incredible. There's you've got the macabre cave of skulls. You've got lots of really disturbing imagery. There's like close-ups of skulls split open. Almost all of the story is set at night, so you've got this very dark visual palette. There's a really brutal fight scene in part 4 between the two main cavemen. That it's illuminated just by flickering firelight. It looks incredible. It's a story that is, both in terms of its themes and its style. It's just relentlessly brutal. Yeah, I mean, in many ways, the narrative is nothing special, but I just love it. I think it's great, and it's a very different side to Doctor Who. It's a much more sort of terrifying and darker side to what we usually see. Anyway, yeah, I think it's a great story. It's really underrated, and it's a shame people don't give the caveman episodes as much attention as they give the first. So I'll put that in great. Okay, then up next is of course the Daleks, which the Daleks is historically important, no doubt, but it's not a very good story. There's a lot of flab. I mean, there's like a whole episode where like a whole bunch of characters are just jumping across a chasm in a cave, and the way the story is structured is it's like they escape from the Daleks and then they're like, oh no, we got to go back and do the same thing again. It's the same thing again, guys. Okay, yeah. Not the best story for me. I'm gonna say that's not so good. And then we have The Edge of Destruction. Okay, this one I love. This one has got to go in absolute classic for me. Edge of Destruction, it's such an eerie, surreal story. This one. I mean, the atmosphere, it's dripping with atmosphere. And it's actually one of the very few Doctor Who stories that I genuinely find it unnerving. Like, it gets under my skin, this one. Doctor Who isn't scary, right? I mean, maybe it's scary for young kids, but I used to watch Doctor Who when I was a young kid, and I never found it scary. I was never scared by Doctor Who. But there are occasionally, right? There's like one or two stories that genuinely like make you a bit uncomfortable. Edge of Destruction is one of them. It's just because of the atmosphere. It's so you've got all of these strange things going on. You've got like melting clocks, you've got doors opening of their own accord. The characters are seemingly possessed. There's something really like this malicious. It's almost like there's this malicious force that you can't quite identify. You don't know what it is, but it's like there. It just makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. And there's all of this like very strange dialogue, and it culminates in this beautifully bizarre monologue from the Doctor, where like the lights turn down low and then the camera moves in towards him and he describes the creation of the solar system. It's incredible. So yeah. I mean, this is I love this one, right? It's really unsettling. The idea of like the TARDIS itself being breached by some malicious force, just brilliant. There's wonderful character moments as well. I particularly, there's a scene where the Doctor threatens to throw Ian off the ship, and then Barbara just explodes in this rage. She's like, no, you should be down on your knees thanking us. It's just a great sort of step in the development of these characters, and of course Barbara's a total badass. I love Barbara. This one's a classic for me. 2 episodes as well. It just moves along at a nice pace, and there's no flab or anything. It gets under your skin. It gets the story done, and it leaves you feeling a little bit uncomfortable afterwards. Wonderful. Okay then, Marco Polo. Well, Marco Polo is a difficult one for me. I mean, I don't actually like it very much. I would say, do I like it more than? Yeah, I like it more than the Daleks, but I don't think it's a very good story. I won't say from what we can see. I'll say from what I can hear. Honestly, the storyline on this one is it just meanders. You've got the regulars. They're trying to get back to the TARDIS, only to be foiled over and over again. You've got the main villain constantly trying to sabotage Marco's plans, only to be foiled over and over again. And it all seems to, it feels very contrived. The story has to contrive all of these ways to prevent Marco Polo from figuring out the fact that Tegana is an obvious villain. It just sort of, I don't know. It's the story. It feels like it could have been any number of episodes, really. It could have been 4. It could have been 10. It just meanders along. And there are lots of things that are enjoyable about it. I will grant that there's good character development, good acting, nice sense of scale, and so on. And I mean, if you could see it, the thing is, this was directed by Waris Hussein, who also did an Unearthly Child. And Unearthly Child is one of the best directed Hartnell stories. So if we could see Marco Polo, I'm pretty sure it would rise in my estimation. But yeah, right now, I don't enjoy it. Sorry. Okay, the Keys of Marinus. Where are we? Keys of Marinus. It's okay. It's okay. I think that the way this one is structured is it's like a kind of mini adventure format. It's split up into, there's 3 or 4 different stories here, really. And it's a refreshing change of style. I suppose moving from one location to another so quickly does keep it moving at a brisk pace. But there's just something about the Keys of Marinus that feels very insubstantial. Like the whole is less than the sum of its parts in some ways. Like, yeah, it's entertaining, but that's about all. And then we have the Aztecs. Well, the Aztecs is obviously fantastic. Just a great historical, very tightly scripted. It's got some brilliant work for like the characters. I mean, Barbara is a badass as usual, and the conflict between Barbara and the Doctor, I think, is one of the highlights of the season. Maybe the Aztecs should go above An Unearthly Child. No, I'm gonna keep it there. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. I love it. I love that. One of the things I love about this one is, so I think that what's his name? Latoxel, great villain and brilliantly performed. But when I say villain, maybe I shouldn't say that, right? Because one of the things I love about this is that as vicious and cunning as Latoxel is, he's not really a villain, right? Like, actually, when one considers his background and his culture, most of his actions are totally reasonable. I mean, his main concern is to protect the values and beliefs of his culture from an outsider that he thinks is a false goddess, and an outsider that he thinks is attempting to, infiltrate his people and change their way of life. And he's right. He's absolutely correct. Then he's totally right about that. That is what's going on. So, yeah, I mean, to me, it's a great story because there's not really a villain here. There's just a variety of people with all of the flaws that people have and all of the sort of motivations that people have. And I think it's a story that's told in a great way. I love the Aztecs, actually. Maybe that should go... No, I'll leave it where it is. All right, then. The Sensorites. I think the Sensorites is quite underrated. I'm not going to say it's a great story, but I think it is a pretty damn good one. Sensorites is slow. There's no doubt about that. But I think the pace works well here. You got the first 2 episodes on the spaceship. They really do set quite a creepy, claustrophobic sort of mood. And, then when we get down to the Sensorite planet, it's, I think, like a pretty well-told story about, conspiracies and political intrigue. And I mean, it's a story that's... One of the things that's interesting about the Sensorites is that this, I think, is the story where the Doctor becomes the Doctor. He becomes the Doctor that we all know. Because this is the first story, where the Doctor tries to help people just for the sake of helping them. In every single story before the Sensorites, the Doctor's main concern has basically just been to get back to the TARDIS, or to get the TARDIS working again in the Edge of Destruction. So, like, with all of the stories before this, the basic structure is the TARDIS lands somewhere, the crew go off, and then something happens that makes the TARDIS inaccessible, and then, the rest of the adventure is based on them trying to get back to it. The Sensorites starts the same way, but a bit later in the story, the Doctor, well, he's initially forced to help the Sensorites because they take the lock of the TARDIS. But then after they give the lock back, the Doctor just decides to stick around and help them again. And so, it's just interesting for sort of that like first step in the creation of the character. So yeah, I like this one. I think the Sensorites are well played as well. You really do get the feeling that this is like a society, right? They're not just a bunch of monsters. They are, it's a whole culture with like different people with different motivations in it. And of course the masks are just fantastic. So I'm going to say this one's pretty good. A little bit underrated, I think. Okay then, where are we? Reign of Terror. Where? There it is. The Reign of Terror. Oh, this one is just... It's so disappointing. It's not good. It's disappointing because, the French Revolution is a pretty fascinating period of history, and I think it could make for a great setting for a Doctor Who story. I mean, when you sort of... like the pitch for this one just sounds so good. Like black comedy set in the French Revolution. I mean, my God, there's so much potential for a good story there. But the potential, I think, is just never realised. I mean, there's not like the humour just doesn't it doesn't connect with me. The historical setting. There's no real sense to me when I watch this of like a society being torn apart by tyranny and chaos and revolution. It kind of feels quite lifeless, actually. And I think that, the way that it's sort of... It feels kind of flabby as well, because you've got basically, I think, almost 2 episodes where the Doctor is just walking to Paris. He's not involved in the story. He's just walking to Paris for like 2 episodes. Also, I mean, it has to be said, I'm not really a fan of Susan as a companion, and in this particular story, I mean, this is just the absolute nadir of Susan. She is so grating. There's like she's facing the guillotine, but she can't be bothered to try to escape because she's feeling a little bit ill, or because she's scared of rats. I mean, like what? What? Oh God, it's so frustrating. Um, yeah, this one just didn't quite come to life for me. Sorry. Okay, well that's season one of the classic show. So let's get on with season two, Planet of Giants. Planet of Giants. Yeah, I don't like Planet of Giants. I don't like it much at all. So I think that this is one where I can see what they were going for, and I feel like at the time it might have been worthwhile, right? Like I have the impression that really the reason why Planet of Giants exists is just to show off the gigantic world that was built by the production team. It's not really even trying to do anything else. Okay, like that's the point of Planet of Giants. Okay, it's just like, hey, we've built all of these really impressive sets. This is a visual bonanza, and that's pretty much it. But the thing is, classic Doctor Who doesn't really work as a vehicle for extravagant production design. And once you look at the story beyond that, I mean, there's just not really much of a plot here. Even at only 3 episodes, it really drags for me. And I've said already that I love Barbara, right? But this story just, God, she's so annoying here. The scenes where she's just refusing to inform the others that she's touched the insecticide, so irritating. And it doesn't explain why she bothered keeping that to herself. So it just ended up feeling like more padding. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is not one that I want to revisit very often. Okay then, Dalek Invasion of Earth. Okay, Dalek Invasion of Earth is. I find this one a tricky one to talk about because I can see what's so good about it. I can see why people like this one so much, but I don't. Whenever I watch it, it just doesn't connect with me. I don't enjoy it, to be honest. Like I always feel like it drags. I don't want to say it's bad because again, I get it. I want to say it's a good story, but I just don't love it, and I'm not really entirely sure why. So I'm just going to have to say that it's okay, and then move on to the next one, which is The Rescue. And The Rescue, I think, is just a wonderful, wonderful story. It's only a two-parter. It only exists to introduce Vicky, but it serves its purpose very well. It clips along at a nice pace. And Vicky's great. I love Vicky, and I love the twist with it turning out that actually there is no monster. Like it's just the guy. Yeah, it's just a really really good one, which works very well for what it is. And then we have the Romans. Yeah, I think this one's pretty good. As far as the historical stories go, it's not among my favourites, but like all of the other historical stories, Hartnell seems to be having a hell of a lot of fun here, and so that's nice to watch. Um, it's actually, maybe this is better than. I think I'm going to put this above the Censorites at least. Maybe I should say it's great. Now that I'm thinking about the Romans, I'm remembering things I love about it. So it does have plenty of humour, and it is quite funny at times. I mean, the humour is like farce-based humour, which isn't quite my thing. But it's also got quite dark undertones. The whole slave subplot. I think it's dealt with completely seriously. So it's actually quite an odd combination of like farce and grittier drama. And I mean, another good thing about the Romans is that because they sort of split up all of the characters, and then each of them have got their own little subplots. Like everybody has interesting things to do. The way the subplots intertwine is very well structured, and it's, I think, very well paced. So, and it also has some really lovely scenes as well. You know, there's at the beginning and the end when the crew are just lounging around in the villa. I just like spending that time with those characters. Do I want to say that this is great? No, I'll be, again, I'll be harsh. Let's keep it in good. But that's a pretty good one, the Romans. Um, okay then. The Web Planet. Yeah, the Web Planet. I mean, this one is best so far. This is easily an absolute classic. I I just love the Web Planet. I love everything about it. It's I mean, it is, of all of the Doctor Who stories, it might be the most alien, the most otherworldly. Uh, and one of the things about the Web Planet that is kind of fascinating is that there's so many things. There's so many things in it which are, like, if you take them at face value, they're just kind of silly. You know, uh, I mean, the noises and the movements of the Menoptera. Uh, if you just look at the Menoptera in themselves and you look at how they move and you look at the costumes, it just seems very silly, right? And similarly with the Optera, the ones who are in the caves, it's almost childish, right? When you take it out of context. But when you look at it in when you like sit down and actually watch the Web Planet and you let yourself be taken into that world, it just, it's just so bizarre, and you don't laugh. At least I don't laugh, because all of these seemingly silly elements, it's like they're just building one utterly alien thing on top of another, and it's so strange and alienating. And it's actually just like The Edge of Destruction. It's one of the few Doctor Who stories that I think really gets under your skin. It's not because it's dark or violent or anything like that, but because it's just so unfamiliar. Um, and and that's, I mean, I just love that. That's right up my street. So we've got, I mean, we've got nothing human, right? Nothing earthly. We've got Menoptera. We've got these bee-like creatures with, their stilted sing-song speech. We've got giant ants that communicate only in loud chirps. The Animus, the main villain, I suppose. I mean, what is that? It's like some enormous fungus with telepathic powers. This sprawling being that's capable of capturing the TARDIS and controlling the minds of people and animals. It's and then the planet itself, the planet Vortis, this desolate landscape. It's got mysterious rock formations, pools of acid. Even the lighting is weird. Like, I love the smudging effect. That they put Vaseline over the camera lenses to create this incredibly weird smudging effect. I mean, just like, and there's just nothing there that's relatable. Russell T Davies once said, I think this was when he was talking about when he revived the show, the first series of the revival. Every single story is set either on Earth or at least around Earth. And I think he has this quote where he says, well, nobody cares about Zogs attacking Zogs on the planet Zog. Which, yeah, I mean, I disagree. I do care about that. I understand that it seems like most of the audience don't care about that. But no, sometimes I really do want to go on the planet Zog, and I want it to be as, Zog-like as possible, as unearthly and unearthly as possible. So that's what you get with the Web Planet. And I think the Web Planet as well is it's a very well structured story. I think each episode introduces something new. All of the members of the TARDIS crew play significant roles in the plot. It's never slow or boring. It has a reputation for being slow or boring, which I just I don't get, because it clearly isn't. But yeah, I love the Web Planet, one of my all-time favourites. So that goes in absolute classic. Okay then, where are we now? So Web Planet and then the Crusade. So where the hell is the Crusade? Ah, there's the Crusade. The Crusade is just okay. Yeah, I mean, this. Look, I think that you know, it's well written, it's well acted. As far as like I always feel like the earlier years, dealt with historicals better in some ways. Like the historicals felt like they were more always more tightly written and better produced. But with the Crusade, it's just one that it feels like it doesn't really go anywhere to me. So I'm not gonna. I mean, maybe I'll put it above the Keys of Marinus. I mean, it's good, but it's just not. It doesn't do anything that I find makes me want to rewatch it that much. All right, the Space Museum. I think this one's pretty underrated. I think it's pretty good, this one. Or should I put it in okay? It's not great. It's not great. I mean, the first episode is great. I mean, everybody. This one is kind of like an unearthly child, right? Everybody recognizes that the first episode of the Space Museum is brilliant. But then I feel like everybody thinks it goes off the rails in the next three episodes. It's not as good. It's not as good in the next three episodes, but it's fine. I think it's fine. I think yeah, it's actually I love I love this particular TARDIS crew. We've got Ian, Barbara, Vicky, and of course Hartnell. Great TARDIS team, and it's sort of revolutionary. It has a real feeling to me of it's like kind of pulpy. It's like 60s pulp, but it's got this revolutionary spirit of the 60s as well. I mean, this is the TARDIS land on a planet and they stir up rebellion and mischief. And yeah, it's great. I mean, you know what? I'll put it in good. I won't say it's great, but I like the Space Museum. Okay then. So we've got The Chase. Where is The Chase? The Chase, I think, is just okay. Like the Keys of Marinus, this is a story that has like a mini adventure format. It's split up into lots of different stories. There's like 4 different stories here, and it's a nice change of pace, I guess. But just like the Keys of Marinus, it sort of feels like it just spins its wheels for 6 episodes and then ends. It doesn't really feel like it goes anywhere. So, the comedy parts aren't very funny. The parts that are supposed to be scary and atmospheric aren't as scary or atmospheric as the show, can be. I mean, yeah, whatever. It's all right. It's entertaining enough, I guess. Okay then, the Time Meddler. The Time Meddler. So, the Time Meddler. I'm gonna say this is good. I want to say that it's great. I want to put it in the great, but the thing is, much of the fun of this is in the interaction between the monk and the doctor, and so it really doesn't help the story that Hartnell is absent for a whole episode. I mean, this is just how it was back then, right? The lead character would often take holidays away, and so you'd sometimes get 1 or 2 episodes where he just wasn't there, and unfortunately that hit the Time Meddler. I think this could have been a great story, but for me that does hurt this story, because I just think that it's the monk and the doctor is the heart of this, and so having them absent for an episode. But I mean, look, as far as sort of historicals go, this one is fascinating because it's essentially the first pseudo-historical. Like, take a historical and then throw something very weird into it. Yeah. So, let's move on. Galaxy 4. Galaxy 4. I think this probably has to go into the terrible pile. I mean, look, honestly, it's not that terrible. It's not terrible, Galaxy 4. So I mean, again, I'm trying to be super critical here, but I would have to nominate Galaxy 4 as the dullest Doctor Who story ever broadcast. It's not the worst Doctor Who story ever broadcast, but when Doctor Who is bad, it's usually bad in ways that are interesting. Bad Doctor Who is more like watching a car crash than watching a traffic jam. But Galaxy 4 is just dull. It's very slow. it's a real slog to get through. Um, it's like at the end of the day, there's just not much story here, right? The story is stretched very thin. Um, it's a very simple sort of morality play of like, don't judge a book by its cover, which is not, that in itself is not a very interesting theme, and it's frankly not even handled very well because the beautiful Dravins are just immediately untrustworthy. Um, you know, like you know within minutes that you shouldn't be trusting them. So I mean, like I don't know, don't judge a book by its cover. Beauty is only skin deep. That's not really the theme of this story. The theme really is maybe don't trust people who immediately act like hostile, manipulative liars, right? Um, yeah, so doesn't deal with the theme very well, and not much really happens in it. Um, and it's a shame because there are so many opportunities to have done more with this story. Like you could have revealed the Dravin's intentions a bit more gradually. You know, maybe you could have had one of the companions side with them for a while. There's also a really lovely moment actually where Stephen nearly manages to manipulate one of the clones into taking a gun, into giving him her gun. And he almost kind of makes it work, but then the leader enters and that's that, right? But that kind of thing, you think, okay, why not extend that a little bit more? Why not have Stephen manipulate the clone for a bit longer and maybe explore some of the potential tension between the clones and their leader? Yeah, but it just doesn't do anything, doesn't do any of this. So I suppose the one positive thing to say is, look, it's too bland to do anything disastrously wrong, and I suppose the Chumbleys are cute, but that's all I'll say about that. Mission to the Unknown. In some way, it's kind of a hard one to rank this one because it's just so unlike any other Doctor Who story. But I think this is great. I really love Mission to the Unknown. I wish we could see this one. Because it's so unusual, right? One episode, it's a story that's one episode long. It serves as like a prologue for an epic, which is delayed until after the next story, and like there's no Doctor, no companions, and in this story, the Daleks win, and it's actually pretty gripping. I think it's just a setup, it's just a prologue. And the only reason it exists is because of some, weird stuff that happened with the production schedule. But yeah, I like this. Okay, so then we have The Mythmakers, which is fantastic, I think. Do I want to say this is better than the Aztecs? Yeah, I think I would. I think I'd put this above the Aztecs. The Mythmakers is... it starts out like genuinely quite funny. It's like, it's a comedy, and I think as far as these sort of comedy historicals go, The Mythmakers is as good as you'll get with it. It's genuinely a funny comedy, and then it just turns brutal and bleak in the final part, and I think it handles that shift very, very well. It's genuinely quite moving. Oh man, it's so frustrating that this does not exist visually. God damn it, why? Like, I love the... so for me, right, I think that overall, the Hartnell historicals are probably the best of his stuff. I mean, okay, yes, there's some absolute classics like Web Planet and Edge of Destruction, but generally speaking, like, I think that they... I feel like the production teams kind of knew how to do historicals, or just like the BBC kind of had a better handle on historicals than they did on the sci-fi thing. And of course, the historicals, I mean, the true historicals are very much a product of they're unique to this particular era of the show. I mean, they stopped doing them after the Highlanders. And yet so many of them just don't exist anymore, and that's really annoying. The Mythmakers, unfortunately, is one of them. We only have the audio. God, I would so want to see this. But you know what? Speaking of episodes that I so desperately want to see, we come to the Daleks' Master Plan. Because the Daleks' Master Plan, man, this one is a really tough one to rank. Oh, this is difficult. I'm going to put it there. Right, so Daleks' Master Plan. it's kind of split in a weird way, this story. If you take episodes 1 to 4 and then episode 11 and 12, if you take those episodes, right, the first 4 and the last 2, and you stitch them together, what you have is one of the absolute best Hartnell stories of, like, I mean, it is up there with the classics. You know, if you take just those 6 episodes, you've got yourself an absolute classic right there. And I mean, like, one of my most wanted missing episodes is episode 12. Episode 12 is, at least from the audio, just stunning. When, like, from the moment that, I mean, you have this, you know, epic story building up to it. In episode 11, things are really starting to, like, the tension is really starting to ramp up, and the Doctor isn't there. Like, he's absent for most of episode 11. So that really makes things like, okay, what the hell's going on? And then you get to episode 12, the Doctor's back, and, you know, he kind of takes the nuclear option, right? Like, he activates the Time Destructor, and the Time Destructor it's terrifying. It's total devastation. You know, I mean, we don't know what the death of Sara Kingdom looked like, but at least from the audio, it sounds pretty horrifying. You know, we see this weapon just devastate everything, and even the Doctor is just reduced to this, like, ball of kind of desperation and rage. You know, there's a scene where the Doctor's coming up to the TARDIS, Stephen comes out of the TARDIS, and the Doctor, like, screams, "Get back to the ship!" But he doesn't articulate it in a particularly coherent way, and it's like his dialogue is just reduced to these incomprehensible screams. We've never seen the Doctor this desperate, and yeah, it's gripping, right? But this story, one of Hartnell's best stories, has got this rubbish 6-part runaround jammed right in the middle of it. And those 6 parts right in the middle of it is just one of the worst. Like, that's one of the worst. So you got, like, one of the best Hartnell stories with one of the worst Hartnell stories jammed in the middle of it. I mean, it's basically like those middle 6 episodes, episodes 5 to 10, kind of feels like rerunning The Chase. But then you have this terrible novelty Christmas episode in that as well. God, it's just garbage. So I don't know where you rank the Daleks Master Plan. I'm saying that it's good, but yeah, it's like half classic, half terrible. I would say it's good. I guess, yeah, split the difference. Say it's good. Okay then, where are we now? The Massacre. Well, another fantastic historical. Oh, where does this one go? It's starting to get difficult to rank these things now. Is it better than the Aztecs? I think it might be, actually. One of the things I love about The Massacre... I mean, first of all, The Massacre is... there's no visual record of it. All the episodes are missing. But it kind of doesn't matter in this case, because it's a very dialogue-heavy story, and I think that it works. It works as such. You kind of don't... You sort of forget that it's missing. Like, I mean, my experience of watching, well, I say watching, my experience of at least watching the recons of The Massacre is I kind of forget that I'm watching a recon, just because it's so well written, and it just works on the dialogue so well. But there's a real sense throughout this of impending doom. You know, you've got the tension between the Catholics and the Protestants mounting, and as this is happening, the Doctor disappears. I think that The Massacre is the perfect example of how to do a Doctor light story, right? It's not just that his absence is explained away. It actively uses his absence to just ratchet up the suspense. And I think that you know, what we're left with is, like, things are starting to get out of control, right? And the Doctor's not there, and they start getting more and more out of control, and the Doctor's still not there. And then episodes go by, and the Doctor's not there. You know, we're just left with Stephen stumbling around. He's out of his depth. He's desperately trying to keep things together. And then, like, confusing stuff happens because he sees the abbot who is the doppelganger of the Doctor. I'm not sure whose bright idea it was to cast Hartnell in 2 roles in a story where he's absent for 2 episodes, but you know, in any case, Yeah. Let's cast him in two roles in the story where he's going on holiday. But actually, it works. It works perfectly because you just have this feeling of like, okay, we're with Stephen, and he has just no idea what's going on. He's totally out of his depth, and oh my god, there's disaster coming. It's dark, it's grim, it's brutal. You wouldn't want Doctor Who to be like this all the time, but oh god, it's good. It's good. Okay, so the Ark. Well, this one is just rubbish, isn't it? I think this is just. I think this is going in the terrible pile. I'll say it's a little bit better than Galaxy 4. Yeah, I mean, it's. First of all, I'm not a fan of Dodo. I don't think she works as a character. So, I mean, one of the problems with any story with Dodo is Dodo. Luckily, she wasn't around too long. But yeah, the Ark, it's essentially two stories stitched together. One thing I will say about the Ark is it's got a cool twist, right? The twist in at the end of the second episode is very good, and because it's structured as like it's structured as two-parters. It does have a reasonably snappy pace. The problem is that neither of these two-parters is very interesting. I mean, you've got a deadly disease in one, you've got this menacing alien race in the other. I suppose that they're serviceable adventures, but it just doesn't. It's not even trying to be anything more than just like average '60s sci-fi, and so I don't know, man. I don't feel like there's just nothing here that really I find very inspiring. Okay, so that was the Ark. Well, now we move on to the Celestial Toymaker, which is my pick for the worst Doctor Who story ever made. At least the worst within the classic series, and probably the worst period. The worst period. Oh god, this one is just a disaster on pretty much every level. Well, let me start with something good, right? I mean, I will say Michael Gough as the Toymaker, very good. Yeah, he performs the character very well. Unfortunately, it feels like there's a lot of wasted potential because what's really quite fun about Michael Gough is seeing his interactions with the Doctor, and the Doctor is absent for 2 episodes. The Doctor gets turned into a floating hand. So that means we don't really see the Doctor and the Toymaker interact that much, and in fact, even the Toymaker is kind of left with nothing to really do because, well, the Doctor isn't there. So it just feels like there's a bit of wasted potential there. But okay, so be it, right? This happens sometimes. Again, in this era of the show, sometimes Hartnell has to go on holiday. Fair enough. But then, okay, we have the story mostly focusing on Stephen and Dodo, and I mean, Dodo in this story, I think, has to be one of the most irritating characters in all of fiction. Never mind all of Doctor Who, in all of fiction. She is absurdly credulous. So like there's there's one episode, I think this is episode 2, where she's criticizing Stephen because Stephen is not being honest with the King and the Queen, and she's sort of saying, but the King and the Queen seem like such nice people, and this is after the King has told them explicitly that he's going to be working against them. There's a later episode where she sits on one of the chairs, knowing that there's a good chance it could kill her. I think it's in the last episode, she falls for Cyril's obvious trick with the shoes. And I mean, actually, I think Stephen says this. There's like a line of dialogue where Stephen says something like, "Oh, you're acting as if you're playing a children's party game," and she is, and she should not have been written that way. Like, it should not have been written that way. It's so annoying, and it saps whatever gravity and tension the toy room might have had. This character is just a moronic airhead, and I wanted her to die. Like that was like just watching this, I was like, God, just get rid of her. On top of all of this, the games that Stephen and Dodo encounter are rubbish. I mean, what have we got? Hopscotch. We've got find the key to open the door. We've got choose which one of these chairs is safe to sit on. It is, it is just awful. And it, I mean, it's only 4 episodes, but it just feels like it goes on forever. And based on the surviving episode, frankly, it looks pretty cheap and unimaginative as well. Like in terms of the sets and the direction, it just looks very uninspired. You know, there's no sense that we're in some strange, sinister world. And of course, you know, look, I know, okay, classic Doctor Who, very low budget, I get it. But look, the Web Planet had a very low budget, and the Web Planet managed to create something beautiful and otherworldly. I hate the Celestial Toymakers so much, so I'm putting that. Yeah, that's the worst. Nothing is going to come below this. So we've got the bottom one right there. Okay then. Next up, the Gunfighters. Oh, just another great historical. Yeah, this one's really good. Is it? Is it better than? I'm not gonna. I don't think it's better than the Aztecs. But look, first of all, it's really funny. It's really funny, and it really helps that the cast, everybody in the cast, is just on fire. They've got great dialogue to work with. Hartnell is. It's one of his best performances, I think. You know, I mean, Hartnell could be hit and miss, especially during season 3. His you know, his illness, unfortunately, was causing problems. But I honestly think his performance here is among the best of his tenure. He just really shines, and it looks like he's having enormous fun. And, you know, one of the things that's interesting about the Gunfighters is it has to be, I think, one of the most polished stories of the Hartnell era. Like the sets are brilliant, and the direction shows them off in really quite nice ways. There's a lot of like high angle shots with quite snazzy compositions. So there's a lot of shots that will look down on Charlie's pub from behind the banister of the stairs. There's a shot in episode 4 where one of the characters is taking a message to the Clantons, and it's like shot from above the stairs. There's a nice shot at the end of the gunfight in episode 4 where it like pans across the dead bodies, and then it comes to rest on the legs of the Earps and Holiday, and it sort of lingers on them. And it's just a shot of 3 guys' legs, but it's quite a nice composition, and it's this nice sort of, just the shot makes for a nice kind of coda to the gunfight. So it's directed really well, it's written really well, and brilliantly performed. So, you know, what more could you want? It's great. I love the Gunfighters. And even Dodo isn't quite so bad here. I think this is basically the one story where Dodo works. All right, the Savages. The Savages. It's been, oh man, it's been ages since I've seen the Savages. So I don't. My recollection of the Savages is it was, you know, I can, okay, so it's again, it's kind of pulpy, sort of 60s story. It's not doing anything amazing. I'm gonna say, yeah, it's not. I can't put it below Dalek's. There's too much rubbish in Dalek's Master Plan to put it below that. So yeah, I'll say it's good, the Savages. But you know, the story of a seemingly good and beautiful society that has a dark secret, right? Like, I feel like in some ways this is the sort of message that Galaxy 4 was going for. Like, it gets the message across in a much better way. So yeah, it's good, but not particularly memorable. The War Machines. All right, this is the show's first attempt at a you know, contemporary techno thriller, and it's fine, I guess. Again, this is not one. I think it's better than the Space Museum. Oh, this is getting hard to rank now because I feel like I want to say the War Machines is not as good as the Crusade, but better than the Space Museum. See, this is the problem of you know, the fact that preferences are actually not transitive. So you know, we run into these sorts of issues. All right, I'm going to bump the Space Museum down, and Should I do that? Does that make sense? Yeah. Uh, okay. War Machines. It's fine. I think it's even as much as I dislike Dodo, it is a little bit grating that she is disposed of so unceremoniously. Just sort of disappears in episode 2. It feels a little bit unfair. I think the thing is watching the War Machines now, it's like the show would go on to do this kind of techno thriller thing so much better in later stories that you sort of the flaws of the War Machines are just very clear. And honestly, it's not the style of story that really suits Hartnell's Doctor for me. I don't think. So that's why I'm not putting it, that high. Okay then, the smugglers. The smugglers, where are you? There you are, the smugglers. Oh, the smugglers. This one is just a really fun romp, right? It should be called the Pirates. I don't know why it's called the Smugglers. The Pirates would have been a better episode because the smuggling plot is completely incidental and it's not carried out by either the TARDIS team or the primary villains. But yeah, I mean it's just fun and it's pretty tightly written. I think it clips along at a nice pace. Again, Hartnell I think is on very good form here. It's actually somewhat poignant to see him so enthusiastic because at this point he knew he was going to be kicked off the show. This is one where again I just wish we could see one of the episodes of this because this was filmed in Cornwall. So I mean, look, we don't know. I don't know what it would have looked like, but I do know that the historicals usually seem to have better production values than they just seem to be more polished, right? And the location filming in Cornwall would be really nice to see. I live in Cornwall. That's my place. So yes, the Smugglers I suppose is somewhat close to my heart in that respect. I'm going to put the Smugglers a bit higher than that. I think it's better. I like it more than the Romans. It's not a masterpiece, but it's just a lovely, fun, rompy sort of story. So yeah, it's a good one, that. Okay, all right. The final episode, the final story for William Hartnell, the 10th Planet. So the 10th Planet is, I'm gonna say it's right on the edge of being great. It doesn't quite make it to being great because, first of all, it's really a shame, but Hartnell just doesn't really get much to do here. I mean, his role in the first two parts is fairly incidental, and then he doesn't even appear in episode 3. So that's kind of a shame because this is his last story. And and even when I mean, he comes back in the final episode, but even then, he just sort of doesn't do much. It's left to Ben to solve everything. So I think as well, like the way that the story is structured is not very helpful. So like Hartnell disappears in episode 3, but what's worse is that there's basically no Cybermen in episode 3 either. They have this one appearance where they attack the base, which does look very nice, but it's resolved quite quickly. And I just sort of feel like this story could have been done so much better because, like, with Hartnell disappearing in episode 3, you could have used that as in something like the massacre to ramp up the tension. It's like, okay, we don't even have the Doctor anymore. And, you've got the Cybermen attacking, you've got Cutler becoming increasingly unhinged, you've got the energy drain from Mondas, and now, you've got the Doctor unconscious. So this could have been really atmospheric, but what happens instead is the story just stalls. It just seems to spin its wheels. And so that's a shame. Now, the one thing I will say for the 10th Planet is this story is... I think there's an argument to be made that this story is the one story in the classic series where the Cybermen outright work, right? Like the Cybermen, the idea of the Cybermen is they're not robots, right? They are people. They are people who have modified themselves. They're Cybermen, and this is, you see it here. You can see in this story they like that. First of all, they're not metal. I love this the design for the 10th Planet Cybermen. because there's bits of metal, but there's also like fabric and plastic, and so and you can kind of see their faces underneath the fabric. You can see the mouths move, and you can see the hands, like they've just got ordinary organic hands. So you can see parts of the organic body, and it really does look like they are kind of just jumbled together, like out of spare parts, and that's what the Cybermen are. And I think that's much more terrifying than just robots, like generic robots, which is what they became in later stories. And of course, the Cybermen here have the best voices. Those weird sing-song voices, and the way they just like hold their mouths open when they speak. It's really unsettling, and it really makes a strong impression. And unfortunately, we never saw that ever again. So yeah, it's a good story, but it has a lot of flaws, I think. And that is William Hartnell. So now we move on to oh my god, how long have I mean, this is going to be a really long video, isn't it? Okay, so I should probably maybe cut my comments a little bit shorter on this one. It doesn't matter. I don't care how long it is. This could go on for 24 hours, and I could still be talking about it. Right, Power of the Daleks. This one is a classic. It's easy classic. I mean, this one is basically perfect. It's like, first of all, right, we've got the introduction of a new Doctor, and when you kind of come into this, like, these days, obviously, we are very familiar with this process. We know what regeneration is all about. But, like, if you watch Power of the Daleks and you sort of try to put yourself into the perspective of somebody who's only seen the Hartnell era, it's shocking. Like, this is a completely new character, and he's a dangerous character. Like, there's something you can immediately see with Troughton. Like, there is something very clownish about him, something very impish, but there's a real dark edge to it, and that's like very clear in this story, and you don't really know what he's up to. And then of course you have the Daleks, who are at their most manipulative. So you've got the Doctor. You don't really know what the Doctor's up to. He's changed and he's acting very strangely. And then you have the Daleks, who have successfully manipulated the humans into helping them. The Daleks have never been more creepy and threatening as they have here. And the story just builds up the tension beautifully, like as the Daleks gradually take control. And the humans at the base are, I think they're written like very well as like people who are like myopically driven by their own concerns, right? It's because of their sort of self-interest, they're kind of blind to what's going on around them. I love this story. I love it. Okay, then. That was Power of the Daleks, and then we have the Highlanders. All right, now as much as I love the Power of the Daleks, I mean, the Highlanders, this is one of Troughton's absolute best. People dismiss the Highlanders. I don't think a lot of people would say that this is a classic. It's often dismissed, and I understand why. It's completely missing, which is tragic. Just another tragedy of the Junkings, another historical that's missing from the archives, and it does seem sort of inconsequential, right? Like Power of the Daleks is the big one. That's the big one, and then the Highlanders is just, it's like this throwaway historical. But here's the thing with the Highlanders. Troughton has never been so wild. This is Troughton's story, right? And like it's just, I mean, it's just wonderful, right? I mean, he spends the whole story larking around, stirring up rebellion, telling absurd lies, tricking and scheming. He's wild. He's impish. He's putting on impersonations. And there's so many like just wonderful moments. There's a scene in episode 2. I think episode 2 of the Highlanders is one of my most wanted missing episodes. Okay, because there's this scene where in episode 2 where he's tricking these two characters, and he pretends to be a doctor, and this guy says that he's got a headache, and then in order to cure the guy's headache, he starts violently banging the guy's head against a table. It's a really weird scene. It's a weird kind of, I mean, it's like it's surprisingly violent, right? But it's very comic. I mean, it's this unusual sort of comedy violence that we've really never seen before from the Doctor. This is the one of the scenes I want to see more than anything else, is Patrick Troughton bashing this guy's head against a table, and that's in part two. And then there's loads of other great scenes as well. There's a scene where he's riling up a load of prisoners. He's riling them into rebellion, and there's a scene where he pretends to be an astrologer to convince Jamie to trust his medical advice. He's just so unpredictable and scheming, and he's a force of chaos. I mean, just total chaos. This is one of those stories where the Doctor is truly alien. And so, look, I mean, look, for that alone, absolute classic. But it's got more than that as well. You know, it's not just a great story for the Doctor. This is probably the best story for Polly as well. Just like the Doctor, she's manipulative, she's playful. There's a great scene where she is sort of toying with Finch. And so, you know, Polly's got some great stuff as well. I think the way that the story is structured is great. There's sort of all of the regulars have got interesting things to do, and the stories are kind of interwoven in quite a nice way. And it's got a real humorous tone, but quite cynical. Like, the background events going on are pretty dark. You know, slavery, war, and it's presented in a pretty brutal fashion. And all of the characters here are calculating, right? You know, we've got people who are using the cover of war to manipulate others into slavery. We've got, you know, people betraying their commanders. You know, we've got sergeants who demand bribes before acting. It's a lovely world that's built up here. So, oh God, I would love to see the Highlanders. Yeah, okay. That's a classic. That's a classic. I wish more people paid attention to this one. All right then. The Underwater Menace. The Underwater Menace. There it is. Oh, I mean, you know what I want to do is I want to put this in the absolute classics again. And maybe I will. Oh man, there's a lot of classic Troughton stories, huh? Okay, The Underwater Menace is it's silly, it's over the top, it does feel somewhat like a B movie, and none of that is a bad thing. I mean, the Underwater Menace is absurd, but for that very reason, it's enormously entertaining. You've got, you know, the Zaroff, wonderfully mad, and there's some brilliant chemistry between Zaroff and the Doctor. The scene in episode 2 where the Doctor is trying to get Zaroff to explain his plans is just played beautifully. So brilliant villain there. And I think that the whole world, the world of Atlantis, is really very well realised. You've got all of these different factions, right? You've got the scientists, you've got the religious Atlanteans, you've got the fish people, you've got the prisoners, and the sort of schemings between them. It makes for a rather unusually complex set of alliances and divisions, at least by Doctor Who standards. And there's, you know, really great sets. There's a wide variety of lovely costumes. A lot of just outright bizarre scenes, like the scene in episode 3 where we spend, you know, 3 minutes watching the fish people dance around underwater, and a really unusual musical score. And despite all of the silliness, it could get pretty dark. I mean, the cliffhanger to the first episode is quite disturbing. I mean, is it? Do I say it's a? I mean, no. I want to be, again. You know, I'm trying to be again be more critical, right? It's not, Underwater Menace is not an absolute classic, but it's very close. Okay, the Moon Base. The Moon Base is just, it's like, okay, we have a run of 3 wonderful, mad, stories, the sorts of stories that only Doctor Who could do. That's how the Troughton era opens, and then we just get the most generic, like, base under siege imaginable. I mean, is it? Look, it's not terrible. I know that it's not terrible, but it's not that good either. uh, I unfortunately, I mean, first of all, this is now the second outing for the Cybermen, and they have been turned into generic robots. There's just nothing left of the original idea for these creatures. Um, and in many ways, it just sort of feels to me like a rerun of the 10th Planet, but set on the moon and not really quite as good. Like, it's just, I don't know. I just find this one kind of dull. And then we have the Macroterra, uh, which again, yeah, I mean, I get why this is one of those where it's kind of like Dalek Invasion of Earth. I get why people like it so much, but it just doesn't connect with me for one reason or another. At least not as much as it does for some people. No, I'll say it's better than the War Machines, but it's not one of my favourites. The Faceless Ones. Yeah, this one I like this one. Um, is it great? Is it great? Is it better? It's better than the 10th Planet. Um, so yeah, the Faceless Ones. Uh, it's quite slow paced, right? But I think it works here. It's you know what? I'm going to say that this is great. I'm going to put this in the great section. It's got a deliberate pace, but it gradually unveils its mystery, and it has quite an eerie atmosphere. So what we have is like it I think what it does is it depicts a very realistic, familiar environment in the airport, but then there's these malevolent things happening under the radar. And it's a story that is built on disguises, on things are not what they seem. There's a lot of conspiracy, there's a lot of surveillance, and yes, it's a slow pace, but it doesn't, most of the time, it doesn't feel like padding. Although, having said that, there are some, now that I'm thinking about it, there are some kind of egregious examples in the Faceless Ones, because there's the scene with the laser on the floor. That's really annoying. The scene with the laser on the floor, where the laser, like the Doctor and his companions are tied up on the floor, and the laser is just slowly coming towards them. If you're going to kill them, why not just kill them, right? Why tie them up and have a laser slowly moving towards them? That's ridiculous. That's just annoying. So it's also like kind of annoying to have. This is a really minor thing, but it just sort of irritates me. There's scenes of Troughton's Doctor being particularly concerned about reporting the killing to the proper authorities, even though he'd already established an alien involvement. And it's also kind of annoying that Ben and Polly don't they don't get anything to do in this story. They're just kind of written out after a couple of episodes, and it's a shame because they're duplicated, and obviously having their duplicates would make for an interesting storyline. So there is a feeling of, there's missed potential, there's missed opportunities, which is a shame. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say that. I don't think I'll say it's great, but it does have a very nice atmosphere. It does, unveil its mysteries very nicely. All right then, the evil of the Daleks. Oh, I wish I could say that this one was a classic. But it's not, and it's not among the best for me. So the evil of the Daleks, it's not as brilliant as Power of the Daleks. It's just a bit too long. I think it does stall in the middle, with some of those scenes of Jamie and the Turk in the house, doing the test. It goes on a little bit too long there. But like when this story works, I mean, oh my god, it works. Like I mean, especially the final like two episodes, the final 2 or 3 episodes. Yeah, and there's some scenes here which are among the scenes I most want to see. So the scene right after the Doctor adds the human factor to the Daleks, and then the Daleks start playing, and the Daleks start playing with the Doctor in a kind of joyful way, and they start spinning the Doctor around, and he's like, I'm getting dizzy, and then the Daleks are like, dizzy, dizzy, Doctor. Again, this is one of my most wanted scenes. I would love to see that scene. It's so frustrating that has been junked. But yeah, I mean, and the thing is, right, is that these Daleks, like the Daleks that are playing, it's on the one hand kind of joyful, but on the other hand really creepy. I mean, it's really creepy. Like it doesn't feel right coming from the Daleks. And then of course you have in the final episode, at least from what we can hear, I mean, who knows what it looked like, but it's like the Doctor spurring on this revolution, this destructive revolution, and it's kind of horrifying. So great story, not quite a classic, but very, very good. Okay then. Tomb of the Cybermen, and of course at this point, Tomb of the Cybermen. With this one, we are now beginning the proper Troughton base under siege era. Tomb of the Cybermen is it's a tricky one for me to rank. There are good things about this. I mean, first of all, I mean, Tomb of the Cybermen is, like, on the surface a base under siege, but not really. It's actually more of a tomb exploration story, hence Tomb of the Cybermen. It's more reminiscent of the tales of exploring Egyptian pyramids, facing traps, unleashing ancient evils. And so it sort of combines, it's like a combination of, this kind of Egyptology stuff with the, standard Troughton base under siege style. And that combination of genres is quite engaging. Also, I mean, it's only, 4 parts, so it's quite nicely paced. The basic problem with Tomb of the Cybermen is that every moment of the story relies on every character acting like a total moron. I mean, okay, so with the Cybermen, I guess I can forgive that. The Cybermen's plans are always bonkers, but everybody here acts like a complete idiot. I mean, the Doctor, right? Why does he help them access the tomb every step of the way? I mean, he says, like, the reason why I helped them was because I wanted to see what Klieg was up to. What? That doesn't make any sense. So actually, my own headcanon for this one is the Doctor knew exactly what Klieg was up to, but the Doctor was driven by curiosity. That's the thing. The Doctor knew what was going on. He knew that they would be unleashing the Cybermen, and he knew that Klieg was a villain. But he just, he's the Doctor. He was just curious. So his curiosity drove him to do something that he knew he shouldn't really be doing. Unfortunately, there is nothing in the story or the performance that indicates this. See, that would be fascinating, right? If you take the Doctor, especially Troughton's Doctor, have him do something that he knows he shouldn't really be doing. And I'm sure, that would be great to watch. But that's not what happens here. What happens here is the Doctor acts like a complete idiot. And everybody else acts like a complete idiot as well. Like, there's a scene where Klieg thinks that he can take on all of the Cybermen because he has access to a Cyberman gun. Like, what? Everybody's an idiot at every moment in this story, and that makes it kind of annoying. All right. The Abominable Snowmen. I have a soft spot for this one. I'm going to say that this one is great. The Abominable Snowmen, it just has such a lovely atmosphere. It's a slow burn, and it probably is an episode or two too long, but it just nails the atmosphere. I mean, it's dark, it's cold, it's somber. There's no incidental music, just this monastic chanting. And I think it's the combination of the location shooting and the just the kind of silence, right? Like the lack of incidental music that gives it a very unique sort of tone. Um, so I really like that. I find myself really getting absorbed into this story. I also think this is one of the best stories for Victoria. Victoria is mischievous, adventurous. She's willing to take risks, and then of course there's the possession, which is genuinely unnerving. I think, uh, and so yeah. I mean, there's just lots of lovely things about this. I think it's disquieting. Sort of again, it's one of those that kind of gets under your skin, and it's again the perfect mood for the kind of Lovecraftian horror of the Great Intelligence. You've got this like especially the way that it manifests in the Padma Sambhava, Padma Sambhava. You got this ancient man forced to stay alive to do the bidding of the intelligence. This parasite at the heart of the monastery. It's really quite lovely, I think. Okay, the Ice Warriors. This is a disaster, I think. I'm going to say that this is pretty terrible. First of all, there's just not really that much of a plot in it. I mean, okay, so think about this, right? The Ice Warriors don't really do anything until they attack the base in the final episode. Victoria and Jamie spend most of the time captured or unconscious. There's most of it just seems to be a lot of like tedious back and forth about the computer, and like what narrative there is basically just a totally bog standard traditional base under siege, and it's populated with the bog standard base under siege stock characters. I mean, even by the standards of 60s Who, the characters here are cardboard. I will of course give this one credit for I mean the atmosphere, right? Like it does have some very eerie opening credits. It's got some nice design work, nice music, I suppose. Maybe I shouldn't say that it's terrible. Maybe I should just say it's bad. It does have some nice atmosphere, but oh god, it's just a drag. It really is a drag. Okay then. Oh, The Enemy of the World. Classic, easy classic. Oh, maybe this is even better than the Highlanders. Yeah, actually, maybe this is better than the Web Planet. No, no. But this is a story that it's like finally right. It just lets Troughton go for it. You know, it really lets Troughton have fun and gives him something to really get his teeth into. Troughton is just wonderful here. We've got the Doctor and we've got Salamander, and it's fascinating to sort of see the kind of disguises and the scheming. It's really beautifully paced, and it has some fantastic twists. I mean, there's like the story goes in directions that you really don't expect, and I think it like everything kind of gets wrapped up at the end very nicely. Like from the moment it begins to the moment it ends, this one is just a joy to watch. And yeah, you know, and the other thing about The Enemy of the World is that when I was a kid, this story did not exist. Well, one of the episodes existed. Episode 3 existed, but other than that, it didn't exist. It was discovered in 2013, and to this day, whenever I think about The Enemy of the World, I still get a little shiver up my spine. I still get excited about the recovery of The Enemy of the World 10 years later. It's been 10 years, my god, it has been 10 years since this story was found, but still there's something magical about it. It still feels like this has kind of come to me from the, you know, from the ether. I just and it's such a good story, and of course this also goes for the Web of Fear. The Web of Fear, another story that was this was the other one that was recovered in 2013. and it's not quite as good as Enemy. It's not quite a classic, but I think here's the thing, right? If you want to watch one of the base under siege story, there's a lot of base under siege in Troughton's era, and to be completely honest, it could get a little bit samey, right? So many of the stories in Troughton's era are basically like, you turn up at a kind of claustrophobic institution somewhere. It's usually something to do with the military or science or something like that, right? It's claustrophobic, and you have some monsters attempting to invade the base, and with the Web of Fear, that's very much in the base under siege mold. But man, it's just perfect. Like, it just does it so well. It's so well directed, and the characters are so well written. It has genuine atmosphere and menace. It's perfect. I mean, you just watch that like first episode, and the way that they use like the kind of lighting and the music, it just sets such a great mood. And there's some really sort of fascinating visuals in it. Like, there's a visual of the TARDIS stuck in space with a web forming around it. And yeah, it's brilliant. And the shots of the underground, it really nails the claustrophobia, it nails the atmosphere and the mood. So maybe that should go above The Massacre. And maybe it should go above maybe that should go quite high. Although, I don't know. No, I'll put it there. Right, okay then. Fury from the Deep. Okay, well, I just said that The Web of Fear is one of the best base under siege stories. Fury from the Deep, well, I'm not going to say Fury from the Deep is the worst, because that would be the Ice Warriors. But Fury from the Deep, it doesn't work for me, I'm afraid. Okay, again, there are things that are very good about it. I think the weed creature is an ingenious monster. It is creepy. It's, the sort of primal atavistic force, right? It unleashed by us drilling into places that should be undisturbed. It's yes, that's nice. That's atmosphere. There's some lovely iconic moments, right? The moment of Oak and Quill gassing Maggie is really disturbing, and it's great that we have that moment. We have the clip of that, the censor clip of Oak and Quill gassing Maggie. But that's probably the best part of the story. Probably the best part of it. So we can see the best part. The problem is that, okay, so first of all, this is just a totally generic base under siege story, and of course this comes after a run of fairly generic base under siege stories, and the supporting characters here, I mean, yeah, it's creepy when they become possessed, but none of them are very compelling. I mean, most of them are just focused on these endless arguments about drilling and impeller shafts. The base commander Robson is particularly grating, right? I mean, it is just, again, like a totally like cardboard cutout version of the loud, obstinate base commander, and actually he kind of comes across as mentally unhinged even before all of the problems with the weed begin. It's not interesting conflict. It's just annoying, and it's not played with any kind of subtlety. Frankly, it's a relief when he gets possessed. I also find that this story, it does have some tonal inconsistencies that let it down. So in the final episode, there's this comedy helicopter ride, which just comes across as silly. And I mean, look, silliness is okay. I don't have a problem with silliness in the right context. It just feels out of place here, because clearly, Fury from the Deep, this isn't like a Graham Williams era comedy story. This is atmospheric, moody base under siege, right? And then throwing a comedy helicopter ride in the climactic episode, it just strikes the wrong tone for me. So yeah, and it's it's a six-parter. It's long. It goes on a long time. So sorry, I'm gonna say that's bad. All right then, The Wheel in Space. This is one of those that, for reasons that are a little bit unclear to me, I do actually have a bit of a soft spot for, like the Abominable Snowmen. It's you know, you start off with episode one, which episode one of The Wheel in Space is one of my most wanted episodes. Nothing really happens in episode one. There are some nice scenes. There's some lovely scenes where the Doctor and Jamie talk about Victoria, but episode one is it's just so sort of empty of content that it almost feels a little bit avant-garde. It's just the Doctor and Jamie wandering around this barren spacecraft, and there is a kind of gradual rising of tension, throughout it. But there's just it's sort of it's spooky, but yeah, I mean, I would love to see it. I feel like listening to it, you kind of get like you get the atmosphere and so on, and it's kind of unlike anything else really in the show because it's just like is it? I mean, here's the thing with episode one. Like, is it just like padding? I mean, did they, did it just be like, okay, we need to have another episode here, so we'll have the Doctor and Jamie just stuck on a spaceship where like nothing happens for for 22 minutes. It's so odd. So I'm kind of fascinated by that. I find it fascinating. And then the rest of the story as well. It's so slow, right? It's like the Doctor he's knocked unconscious in episode one. He's absent for episode two. He's in bed all the way through episode 3 and doesn't even get out of bed until episode 4. I think he only comes face to face with the Cybermen in the last 10 minutes. And you can't really even say that this is a matter of delayed gratification because there's not really a big climax, right? Like it ends with the Cybermen walking into the wheel and then just getting sucked out into space quietly. It's like it takes a long time for the plot to get going and then nothing much happens when it does. And everything I'm saying here, it's like it shouldn't work, right? It shouldn't work. And so I don't know why I like this. I'm not quite sure. It doesn't help that so much of the story is missing, but this has just odd qualities. It feels really odd to me, and I find that fascinating. So I'm sorry. I really like The Wheel in Space, even though I'm not quite sure why. All right then, the Dominators. So the Dominators is where does this go? I like the Dominators. Is it a great story? No, but it's definitely not bad. It's not a disaster. So first of all, it has some of Troughton's best scenes. The scenes where he's manipulating the Dominators into thinking that he's an idiot. It's just great. But what I like the most about the Dominators is just the two Dominators themselves. They are delightful. They're delightful not because they're particularly effective. They're delightful because they are amusingly incompetent. They spend the entire story doing nothing but bicker. You've got Toba with his childlike craving for destruction. You've got Rago's obsession with conserving power. And of course, the funny thing is, if they'd just gone with Toba's idea of literally destroying everything on sight, they probably would have won. But also, if they had landed anywhere other than a planet of absolute pacifists, they would have been repelled with ease. I mean, there's two of them, right? They land without sufficient power reserves. They're defended by a few waddling robots that are easily destroyed with simple weaponry. These Dominators are not very good at dominating. And I love that ultimately the story ends with a few rebels throwing homemade bombs. Right, they're the ones who win the day. It's not the Dominators who want to turn the planet into a fuel resource. It's not the stuffy old men who run the government and they're just content to sit back and let the Dominators win. No, it's just a couple of rebels with their homemade weapons. It's fun. I mean, and again, obviously it has a lot of problems, but I think it's pretty fun. I might even say it's good. I like the Dominators. Then we have the Mind Robber, which is, I think this has got to be another Troughton classic, hasn't it? The Mind Robber is brilliant. I mean, episode 1 in terms of the sort of mood and the visual style, is so unique, so unlike any other Doctor Who story. And honestly, for me, the rest of this story meets meets the standard that is set by that first episode. Uh, it's a story that is unlike any other. It's a story that only Doctor Who could do, and yet is somehow unlike all of the other Doctor Who stories. Um, and it's just so imaginative and so wild. And it's exactly the right kind of story for Troughton's Doctor. You know, it's perfectly suited for this, you know, impish, clownish figure. Um, so brilliant, yeah, I love the Mind Robber. Then we have the Invasion, which is yeah, I think that, you know, the reason why this story works so well. Where does this go? I like it more than the Web of Fear. I like the Invasion a lot. I think the Invasion is brilliant. I'm going to put that very high, actually. In fact, it's almost a classic, the Invasion. For me, it's 8 episodes long, but it never feels boring. It never drags. I think, yeah, it's perfectly paced. It's got a brilliant villain in Kevin Stoney, and you know what they realise in the Invasion, of course, is okay. The Cybermen don't really work, right? Like the Cybermen in themselves are not actually that interesting. So instead, you know, let's frame the story around this other villain, this person working with the Cybermen, Tobias Vaughan. Um, and so, you know, yeah, it's. I think they sort of figure out how to do the Cybermen well here. Again, it's unfortunate that it's not the 10th planet Cybermen, but it's like if you're going to have the Cybermen be a bunch of generic robots, this is how to do them. Unfortunately, they kind of forgot that later in the show, but you know. Um, okay, the Crotons. I feel like this one is pretty underrated. It's not a masterpiece, but you know, it presents, I think, a very interesting world, right? Like I like the you know the world of the Gons. It's kind of it's one where like the aliens have already won, and the Doctor needs to, you know, overthrow them, needs to stir up rebellion. I always kind of like when the Doctor stirs up rebellion. There's some wonderful scenes in here as well, like the scene when the Doctor and Zoe are doing the test that will later take them to the Crotons, and you know, the Doctor gets rather upset that Zoe seems to be doing better than him. You know, I love Zoe. Zoe is one of my favourite companions, and this story is a great one for her. So, okay. So then we have the Seeds of Death. Well, you know, one thing I will say for the Seeds of Death is it's nice to meet a base commander who is not an unhinged maniac. That's nice. It's nice to meet a base commander who's like actually reasonable. And in general, I think the characters here are pretty well drawn. You know, the Seeds of Death is one that it's one that I wish I liked more than I did. I think that it's got good characters. It's quite well directed. So there's a sequence in episode 2 of the rocket launch, for instance, where we flick through images of the rocket as the countdown ticks down, and then there's like close-ups of Kelly's face, and the computer readout cross-fades onto her face. It's quite snazzily made. It's just it's very slow, and honestly, for although it's well made, it doesn't really have the atmosphere of the other Troughton monster stories, right? Like, and one thing you could always rely on with the Troughton base Under Siege stories is atmosphere, mood. But this doesn't have that. It's not got the creepiness, you know, like Fury from the Deep. I mean, Fury from the Deep is creepy. Seeds of Death isn't. And so, yeah, it's just really slow. Like notice that the threat is basically solved in part 5, because by part 5 we know that the water destroys the fungus. We know that the fake signal to take the invasion fleet off course, and then you just have part 6, which is literally just manoeuvring all of this together. So it doesn't have the atmosphere. It feels very flabby. It's not one of the best. I might have to put that into bad, because it's not better than. Is it better than Fury from? It's not better than Fury from the Deep. Okay. The Space Pirates. Right. Well. Okay. Controversial opinion time. I think the Space Pirates is actually quite brilliant. Um, I think it's great. I really like the Space Pirates. Um, so I think the problem that the Space Pirates has is that it has a surviving episode. You know, this is not the only story where this has been a problem, because Enemy of the World used to have only one surviving episode, and when all you could see was Enemy of the World Part 3, it doesn't work, right? When you're only seeing that episode. Of course, when you see the whole story, you're like, wow, this is something brilliant. I think the Space Pirates really is really hurt by having only episode 2 survive. Now, look, I'm not saying that if we could see the whole thing, its reputation would rise as much as Enemies did. I don't think it would. I think a lot of people would still hate the Space Pirates, but I think, you know, it would get a bit more appreciation for what it's trying to do. So, okay, episode 2 of the Space Pirates in particular is a really bad one, because the first 2 parts of this story are really slow paced. I mean, they are glacial. Like, the first 2 parts of this story are not that great. And then part 2 is hampered even more because the villains don't appear. So we don't even see Morris Caven in part 2. But I promise you, the action and the tension pick up considerably in parts 3 to 6. I think there's a lot to love here. So, like, just take the basic premise of it, right? The basic premise here is a really bizarre combination of genres, because you've got the realistic space opera, which is why it has such a slow pace. It's the slow pace is to emphasize the vast distances of space and the mundanity of space travel. It's like, so it's intentionally going for like realistic space opera, and I do actually think that as slow as the opening parts are, they do quite well at creating this sense of the, you know, the solitude of space, because you've got this slow pace, you've got some really quite nice model work, and then you've got the cramped small spaces inside the beacon, and then this rather eerie music, right? So it really is quite evocative. Okay, so we've got the realistic space opera, then we've got the pirate story, and then of course we've got the hammy American Western. And all of this is just like jammed together, and it's really quite an intriguing mix. Moreover, and this should not be surprising given that this was written by Robert Holmes, brilliant characters. The characterization is just top notch. Morris Caven. I mean, look, it's a real pity that none of his episodes survive, because on audio he is wonderful. He is, in my opinion, one of the best villains of the '60s. He's cold, he's manipulative, he's focused, he's dangerous, and he's completely straightforward. He wants money. He'll do anything to get money. He's a simple criminal, but clearly a successful one, and it's not, you know, you don't see that a lot in Doctor Who, right? Like, this is you know, he's not trying to sort of take over the world. He's not a mad scientist, right? There's nothing alien about him. He is just a criminal, but he is brutal, and he's very well written. And I think the supporting characters are fleshed out very well as well. I mean, you know, you've got Dervish, you've got Madeline Isigri. They are both flawed, but they're not evil. They're just caught out of their depth after they get involved with Caven. So, Space Pirates. It's doesn't have a good reputation. I really like it. Do I like it that much, though? I mean, is it better than Wheel? Is it better than... Yeah, you know, I like the Space Pirates a lot. I think if we could see this one, its reputation would improve a lot. All right, War Games. Well, this is one of my all-time favourite Doctor Who stories. It's not my number one, but I think it might be the number 2. First of all, right, it's a 10-parter. Now, I tell you what, with the War Games, right, I have there's so many times I have this experience. So I watch classic Doctor Who every day. And I watch it one episode per day. When I'm eating my dinner or whatever, I'll sit down, watch an episode of classic Doctor Who. Or maybe when I'm exercising. I just watch one episode, and I do it once a day. And I've done that for a long, long time. But with the War Games, this is what always happens. I get to about episode 3 or 4 of the War Games, and then I just can't stop. I cannot I cannot stop myself from just plowing ahead. And I end up watching the whole damn thing, the whole 10 episodes. I mean, I just don't, like, it's crazy, you know? I mean, so many Doctor Who stories that are 6 parts or whatever, you watch them and you're like, this could have been a bit better if it had a part taken out, you know? It's just a little bit flabby. There's no flab in the War Games. It deserves every one of its 10 episodes. It's constantly ramping up the tension. It's constantly revealing new and surprising information every episode, so it never once drags. It's full of surprising twists, so it constantly propels itself forward, leading to this climax where everything is completely out of control, and you know the Doctor has to call the Time Lords. And I mean, it's just like it's big. It has to be big. Because this is, you know, this is the end of Troughton. This isn't just the end of Troughton. This is in many ways, this is the end of the first Doctor Who, right? Like, you know, we say classic Doctor Who is 63 to 89, but I think there's a real shift that happens, like a really big noticeable shift between the War Games and Spearhead from Space. I mean, to me, there's just as much of a difference between the War Games and Spearhead from Space as there is between, you know, Survival and Rose, right? It's the show is getting rebooted after this. So, you know, in many ways you can sort of draw a line here and say, like, this is a big ending, and it feels like a big ending, and it's very much deserved. There are marvelous characters here, both the War Chief and the Warlord, fantastic villains. The chemistry with the Doctor is just off the charts. And of course, I mean, and it's got, you know, it's got the Doctor, it's got Jamie, it's got Zoe. That's probably my favourite TARDIS team of the '60s. I love those three. And you know, the ending is tragic, with Jamie and Zoe getting the memories wiped. It's not a happy ending, but it feels right. You know, again, this, I just love this story. I absolutely love it. And yeah, so that's a classic for me. Okay then, Spearhead from Space. Well, you know, it's kind of hard to imagine a more perfect introduction to a new Doctor, isn't it? Well, actually, it's not hard to imagine because there has been a more perfect one already, which is Power of the Daleks. But look, Spearhead from Space is close. It's just, yeah, it's a great story. It's, you know, very tightly scripted, and it has some profoundly creepy villains. The Autons are just wonderful. They're so unnerving. And Channing, you know, Channing is great as well. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't like it that much. I'm being a bit too kind to it there. Let's put it about there. Yeah. Okay. Doctor Who and the Silurians. Doctor Who and the Silurians. Oh man, I love this one. I love it so much. I feel like I'm putting too many stories into the absolute classic section, but I really don't know which one to take out here. So this one is, I mean, it's a genuine tragedy, and you can see the ending coming. You know what's coming. It's not surprising. You can see everybody walking into disaster, but it just makes it all the more powerful. This is a story, it doesn't need twists, you know. We have two civilizations, two peoples, and, you know, you can, like, you understand their motivations. They're people who are, you know, very richly drawn, and they're very flawed, and you can see them being unable to see eye to eye, and they're walking into disaster, and as the Doctor tries desperately to help, you know it's futile. I mean, this is one of those few stories where it really feels like the Doctor just fails. Like, he just doesn't... I mean, okay, I suppose he succeeds insofar as he manages to, you know, protect the human race, right? He saves the humans from the threat of the Silurians, but it's a long tragedy, and I think Malcolm Hulke, who wrote this, Malcolm Hulke was always... He felt like a writer who was always able to sort of empathize with both sides. He kind of knew that... I mean, look, here's the thing. So many Doctor Who stories, they just have monsters. You know, they just have villains. It's like a monster that just wants to destroy, a monster that just wants to take over. With the Silurians, yeah, I mean they want to take over, but they're not just monsters. They are people, and you really can put yourself into their frame of mind and see things from their point of view, and you can see that the flaws of the Silurians are, matched with the flaws of the humans, and it's really sad. So I would say this one is a pretty easy classic, and again, 7 episodes long. It's a long story, but it feels like it earns every single one of those episodes. Actually, that's an interesting thing about season 7. 3 long stories here, but all of them for me work very, very well. And that brings us to the next one, which is, of course, the Ambassadors of Death. I adore the Ambassadors of Death. I'm putting this one up very high. There's nothing quite like the Ambassadors of Death. It has the most fascinating tone. It sort of combines the kind of earthbound grittiness of season 7 with this enigmatic sense of wonder. That's the only way I know how to put it. And it's unlike any other story in the show. Like, so season 7, okay, season 7 is set on Earth, and it's a bit harder. I mean, it's not like hard sci-fi, but it is on the harder side. It's got a harder edge. It feels more realistic. And you get that in the Ambassadors of Death as well, but with the Ambassadors of Death, it's almost like there's almost this kind of like mystical streak to it in a way. It's like there's something very odd about it. So yeah, I just love it for that kind of tone. And of course, as with the previous story, Doctor Who and the Silurians, the antagonists here are very sympathetic. I mean, Carrington is deeply misguided and he does terrible things, but he's motivated by ultimately good intentions. It's actually hard not to feel for him at the end of the story when his partner is revealed and he's stopped. It's and it's a story that has like some really interesting twists. Like, you never really know where this story is going. The reveal of the empty space shuttle, just brilliant. Like when it turns out that the shuttle that they think that the astronauts are in is just empty. Yeah, brilliant. So there's, it's got twists, it's got a fascinating tone, it's got brilliant characters. Love the Ambassadors of Death. And then, of course, we got Inferno, another absolute classic. Another absolute classic. Where does this one go? I'm putting this one pretty high up. Inferno, yeah. With Inferno, one of the things that strikes me about Inferno is just the sound design is outstandingly good. I think this might be the best classic Who story as far as sound design goes. If you're just talking about the sound, this is perfect. I mean, everything here is perfect, but my God, you've got this, like, as the story goes on, right, you have this constant drone of the drilling, and it gradually gets louder and louder and louder until, like, by the final, couple of episodes, it's just almost overpowering, so all of the characters end up having to, like, scream their lines to be heard over. There's just the sound of this drone of the drilling, and then that drone is like merged seamlessly into this really eerie ambient music, which at least part of it was composed by Delia Derbyshire. So if you listen to the track The Delian Mode, that's one of the pieces that's used here. It's so beautifully eerie. It's one of my favorite like ambient pieces. But yeah, this story, it's I think it's it really nails the feeling of primal atavistic horror. It's just like Fury from the Deep. Fury from the Deep was it's like we're drilling somewhere we shouldn't be drilling and unleashing forces that we shouldn't be unleashing, and Inferno takes that idea and it nails it from beginning to end. It is gripping, it's terrifying. Some of the dialogue here. I mean, there's what's that line? It's like the Doctor sort of says, can't you hear that? It's the sound of the earth screaming out its rage. Just fantastic. And of course the whole sequence in the parallel universe. Ingenious idea. I mean, it's a simple enough idea, right? Like, let's like throw the Doctor into this world where he is very much on the back foot. Like, I think Pertwee's Doctor was always a Doctor. He's more of an action man. He's more James Bondy. He's very confident, and I love that. I love Pertwee's Doctor. Don't get me wrong, but it's very interesting to see him in a position where he's actually much more vulnerable. And you kind of know, like, once you're in that parallel world, he's still sassy. He's still behaving in the same way, but it feels really dangerous. There's a real feeling of like, yeah, you know what, this could blow up in his face, because this is not the place to be acting like that. So Inferno, love it. Right, Terror of the Autons. Well, Terror of the Autons is, of course, quite brilliant in many ways, but it is hard to ignore that it is just essentially a repeat of Spearhead from Space, with the Master standing in as Channing and a greater variety of plastic threats. So, it is a very good story. I love it. It's a bit more, in many ways, it's weirder than Spearhead from Space. It's like you take Spearhead from Space and just, ramp up the psychedelia, ramp up the strangeness. Oh, I want to say this is great. Okay, this is a problem. Like, we're into the Pertwee era now, and the problem with the Pertwee era is that this was sort of the era that I loved as a child. Pertwee was the first Doctor that I ever saw. The first time I ever saw Doctor Who, it was 1999. It was a BBC repeat of Spearhead from Space and Doctor Who and the Silurians. That was when I first saw Doctor Who. So, this is like, this era has great nostalgia value for me. It is going to be very difficult for me to rate any of these stories as being anything less than great. Like, I don't know how to turn on the critical faculties for this era. Okay, look, I'm going to put Terror of the Autons down here because it does have problems. Like, the fact that the Master immediately folds. He just immediately folds. In the final episode, the Doctor points out, he's like, you realise that the Nestene is going to turn on you, right? And the Master's just like, oh yeah, and then he gives up. I mean, didn't you consider that? Like, didn't you think of that before? So, yeah. Okay. Where are we? Mind of Evil. Mind of Evil. Mind of Evil. Where's the Mind of Evil? Where the hell is the Mind of Evil? Oh, god damn it, this is annoying. Oh, there it is. The Mind of Evil. Just a wonderful James Bondish techno thriller. And actually this is another one, just like Inferno, where the Doctor is... Where does this get ranked? The Doctor is kept quite vulnerable and like he's out of the know. Like, he doesn't really know what's going on. So it's interesting because the story is in many ways the most Bondish in its style, but actually the character of the Doctor is the least Bondish. So the Bondish Doctor is not actually quite so Bondish here. I like as well with the Mind of Evil, it really you get the real feeling of like a global scope to the story, which I suppose is, that's sort of part of the Bondish thing as well. I'm not sure if this was intended, but just this is a very minor point. But one thing I really like about this is that, again, this may not have been intended, but it feels sometimes as though the machine, the Keller machine, is so violent that it almost reaches out through the fiction to affect the camera. So in the early episodes, when the machine is activated, the camera takes the point of view of the characters, and there's this like wobbling effect which happens, which seems like the wobbling of their visual field. So it's almost like, the machine is activated and it makes the characters' visuals go all screwy. Okay, but then in episode 6, when the machine activates just before it breaks out of the coil, nobody's in the room with it, but the camera starts wobbling in the same way. And it's a small touch. It's, again, maybe not even intentional, but it just I just like that. I don't know why I even bothered mentioning that. That's nothing. And you know, the mind, it's not as great as I thought it was. I'm putting it there, but it's still great. Um, Claws of Axos. Well, God, this is just another great one, isn't it? And this one really is great as well. Claws of Axos, yeah. First of all, wonderful, wonderful outing for Delgado, because we see a very different side of the Master here. He is put firmly on the back foot. He's first of all forced to serve Axos when they capture his TARDIS, and then later he becomes the stand-in scientific advisor for UNIT. And I love those scenes where like you have the Master taking on the role that the Doctor usually plays, and I do actually think as well that you know putting the Master and UNIT together, it really helps increase the sense of threat that Axos poses. Like even the Master is fighting for his survival in this, and of course. You know, beyond this, I mean, this is just Doctor Who at its most psychedelic. It's a genuinely alien creature. It's this weird gestalt entity with like organic technology that can manifest itself in many different forms. It's got loads of vibrant colours and surreal imagery. Wonderful story, this one. Okay then, Colony in Space. Well, yet another Master story. Of course, season 8, the Master season, it's maybe getting a little bit samey. No, you know what? I really love the Master season, and Colony in Space it's brilliant, actually. This is, again, it's another Malcolm Hulke story, and as with all of the Hulke stories, he just nails the characters. There's, yeah, and that the sort of political themes I think are dealt with very well, and you know the different sort of factions on the you've got the natives of the planet, you've got the settlers, you've got the mining company, the conflict between them, and it definitely helps the story that the Master's role in all of this is like delayed until a bit later. So although you sort of know like you're in the Master season here, it still comes still like a bit of a surprise, and throws a wrench into things in an interesting way. So I love Colony in Space. Yeah. Right, the demons. Am I going to say this is great as well? I feel like I want to be more critical. But the demons it's a hard one to be critical of. So first of all, fantastic opening episode. I mean, just this is folk horror. I mean, this is Doctor Who doing folk horror, and you know what? It's doing it very well. Like this, especially the opening episode. I think that this is a story where the opening episode is superb. The rest of it doesn't quite live up to it. It's not quite so good. But it does have that lovely like folk horror mood, and maybe it is in some ways kind of style over substance. So the story does stall at times, I think. Like if you look at episode 4, it's basically just like all padding. Okay, the Master summons Azal at the end of episode 3, then Azal goes away, and then he's summoned again at the end of episode 4. So episode 4 is basically all padding, but episode 4 has the evil Morris dancer scene, so it has the style, right? So I say it's like there's a lot of style here, and the style is remarkably compelling. The demons, it anticipates the Wicker Man. I always thought like the demons was Doctor Who doing the Wicker Man. It's not. It's Doctor Who anticipating the Wicker Man. Just in terms of its like style and the Morris dances, it reminds me of the Wicker Man's Maypole stuff. Anyway, yeah, it's great. It's great. It's great fun. It's great fun. I suppose in the end, in the end, it's not like written terribly well, I think, but it just nails the style so well that I have to say it's great. Okay then, Day of the Daleks. Yeah, here's a nice idea. Let's bring the Daleks back and then do absolutely nothing with them. That's what we get in Day of the Daleks. still though, really, really great story in terms of the. I love the stuff that it does with the time, um, with the time. You know what? I'm going to take a break, right? I'm going to take a break. I've been doing this for ages now, so I'm going to pause, have some food, and then come back. And my mind is feeling a bit scrambled at the moment. All right, well, I've taken a little time away, and in that time while I was away, I remembered that Day of the Daleks has that scene where the Doctor is eating cheese and drinking wine, and I think for that scene alone, it has to go. It has to be bumped up a little bit. Although Terror of the Autons has got Roger Delgado, so maybe not. Anyway, let's move on. Curse of Peladon. Curse of Peladon. Curse of Peladon. Where's Curse? There it is. Just another fantastic story, this one. Yeah, really, for me, just really well written. It's fascinating to see very different alien races, right? Like, so on the one hand, it like drops us into a very different sort of planet. Like, it's an alien planet, but very much a medieval planet, and there's this kind of political wrangling. Like, do we join this federation or not? And it's just it's a different sort of setting to what we usually see in the show. And then we encounter some genuinely alien species, and then to top it all off, we have the wonderful twist with the Ice Warriors. Like, turns out that the Ice Warriors are actually a noble and reasonable species. They're not just monsters. So this is a story that gives us a lot of aliens. It humanizes them. Maybe I shouldn't say humanize, but it treats them as people, and the conflict is very well drawn, I think. I mean, it's a conflict it's a real conflict. This is not a story of just monsters trying to destroy things and take over. This is a story of different people with understandable motivations coming into conflict as a result of that, and I think it works very, very well. Then we have the Sea Devils. Okay, the Sea Devils has, I mean, what has to be one of my favourite scores in all of Doctor Who. I love the abrasive synth soundtrack for this one. The kind of electronic screeching in the soundtrack gives it a very unique sort of mood, and it's got some lovely location filming, gives it a nice sense of scope. Sort of feels like a unit story, but it's not. It doesn't actually have unit in it. And just another great story for the Master. Great story for Delgado. I mean, the scene of him watching the Clangers is one of my favourite scenes of the Pertwee era. Okay, the mutants. The mutants. Man, I love this one. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a problem with the Pertwee era. I really wish that my opinions were, a bit more varied. But then they're not. They're not. I would be lying. Yeah, where does the mutants go? I'm going to put that one pretty damn high. What I love about the mutants is its combination of, like, there is some serious political themes here, about colonialism, and revolution. It's nice to see the Doctor siding with the revolutionary Kai, but it's also just one of the most psychedelic. It kind of has it takes the psychedelia of the Claws of Axos, and then it puts it in this very politically conscious story. So and I think like the themes of sort of transformation and evolution are dealt with very well, and there's some very cool twists in here, some nice surprises. But no, the scenes, particularly in the caves with the radiation and all of those wonderful, vivid, vibrant colours. It's just so it's so 70s. It's like 70s psychedelia. It's lovely. And but it has serious themes as well. So yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of people don't like the mutants, and I don't quite understand why. Like, I think it's a really fun story, and it's got like a great villain in the Marshal, um, and some really, yeah, it's just I like it. I like it a lot. All right then, the Time Monster. Um, the Time Monster. This one is so underrated. Um, I'm going to put that quite high. Yeah, it's so underrated, this one. So it has such big ideas. You know, it's ambitious ideas, a really epic scope. It does admittedly spin its wheels at times. You know, I think like episode 3 in particular has some noticeable padding in the scenes where the Master is sending the various fighters from across time. So, you know, it isn't perfect. But it just sort of feels like, you know, with this particular story, in many ways, its flaws are almost part of why I love it so much. It's part of its charm. It's a story that feels like it's bursting at the seams. You know, there's just like it's dealing with such like epic things of such epic scope on such a small BBC budget. You know, like what do you expect? And it has some of what I think are the best moments of the whole Pertwee era. The interactions between the Doctor and the Master when their TARDISes are connected, and then the Master's attempts to woo the Atlantean Queen. Um, I mean, it's just wonderful, just wonderful. Okay, the Three Doctors. I love everything about this story. It's one of my favourite Pertwee stories. We'll put it there. So yeah, it's just packed with creative ideas. It clips along at a nice pace. There's just sparkling chemistry between Pertwee and Troughton. Stephen Thorne as Omega, like he does some wonderful scenery chewing, which of course is just what you want out of that character. I think he plays it just right, right? Like he's he's big and pompous and bombastic. He's a big character, and he chews the scenery. But at the same time, he really does evoke some genuine pathos when the script calls for it. I mean, like you can really sympathise with Omega's position, and it's quite like it's tragic. I mean, he is like ultimately he is a very tragic character, and I think Stephen Thorne does a great job of communicating that. I mean, if there's the only thing that you know I could really criticise about the Three Doctors is that it is a shame that that William Hartnell wasn't able to have a greater role in it, right? Like it's not really the three; it's more like the two Doctors with a cameo from the first, and that's I don't know. I don't hold it against the story though. It doesn't make the story in any way worse. It's just you know I suppose when one looks at it from behind the scenes, as it were, it's a bit of a shame that Hartnell wasn't well enough to really appear properly. But no, it's fantastic. All right, Carnival of Monsters. Man, this is just another great one. God, the Pertwee era was good. Uh, I put that up pretty high. Carnival of Monsters has one of my all-time favourite cliffhangers, which is at the end of episode 1, where the hand comes down and picks up the TARDIS. It's just like what, like suddenly, you know, it sort of yeah, the story that you think you're watching gets completely flipped around, you know, and it's just such a strange visual image, and so yeah, there's lots of lovely things happening with you know there's like there's a bizarre mystery being set up, and I think the resolution of it is great. And I think you know at only 4 parts, again, it's clipping along at a good pace. So this is a great one. Okay, Frontier in Space. Frontier in Space has a remarkably grand scope, I think. It really nails the feeling of a space opera, which is quite an achievement on, 70s BBC budget. I mean, I don't know. Look, here's the thing. When you really think about Frontier in Space, see, I'm not sure where to put it. When you really think about Frontier in Space, the plot is basically just a series of captures and escapes. The Doctor moves from one prison to another. Jo Grant moves from one prison to another. That's basically it, right? Like, that's what it... But I feel like, Hulk, the writer, Malcolm Hulke, he builds the world so well, and he keeps it moving quickly enough that you kind of don't really notice that it's just a series of back captures and escapes. So it works. Yeah, it works. I love it. All right. Planet of the Daleks. Now, I got to say, with Planet of the Daleks, I have a real soft spot for this one because Planet of the Daleks was my favourite Doctor Who story when I was a kid. It was my number one. And watching it now doesn't mean the same as it did to me back then. Doesn't mean as much. But I can still understand why I loved it. And I can still see a lot to love in it. So Planet of the Daleks is just pure pulp. But it does it so well. You've got the luscious jungle sets. You've got the invisible Spiridons. You've got alien plants that spray that deadly sap stuff. You've got ice volcanoes, and you've got Daleks, obviously, and it's very, the whole thing is very visually impressive. You've got those furry purple cloaks of the Spiridons. You've got Pertwee's just gorgeous purple costume. That black and gold Dalek, like it just really pops. It really pops out. Now I would admit that in terms of the actual narrative, I mean, it's not really anything special. It's it's very much it's very generic, right? I admit that it's a standard Terry Nation story, but I think the production just executes it so well, and they just nail the pulpiness of it, that I just love it. And of course, I don't think anything will ever shift the powerful nostalgia value that this one has for me. Okay, the Green Death. Well, another brilliant story from the Pertwee era. All right, so the Green Death. Where am I going to put this one? I'll put it there. No, I think it's better than Spearhead from Space. I think that Boss is one of my favourite villains. The suave, sophisticated computer. You know what? It's better than Frontier in Space. And I love the environmentalist themes. I like it when Doctor Who gets political. The Pertwee era was among the more political of the Doctor Who's. I think rather, let me rephrase that. I think that Doctor Who was, at its most political in the Pertwee era, and that comes out very clearly in the Green Death. Like it's staking it's planting its flag in a particular place here. So I think that those like environmentalist themes, on the one hand, it's very much 70s, like it's very much of its time. But I think it deals with the themes very well, and has a great villain. The supporting cast is all fantastic, so yeah, I like the Green Death. Right then, the Time Warrior. Where's the Time Warrior? Oh, this very close to being an absolute classic. I think I can't quite say that it makes it into the absolute classic set. I don't. There are like just a couple of things that like rankle about this one a little bit. I mean, the sort of the treatment of Sarah, and it's it does bungle the whole like women's lib thing. I don't know if like the story was taking the piss out of Sarah or not. Like it feels watching it like maybe. I mean, it was written by Robert Holmes, who was definitely on the more politically conservative side. So maybe, but like yeah, there's the scene in there where Sarah is like trying to encourage the medieval women to stand up for their rights. I mean, that's the sort of scene that could be good, but it just comes across as kind of silly, and it's like is it mocking Sarah? It might be mocking Sarah. I'm not sure, or they might have like just genuinely wanted to write a character who cares about women's lib, and they bungle it, right? But in any case, this is a very, very minor point. This story is so well paced and it has such fantastic villains. The like Lynx and his chemistry with Irongron is one of the absolute highlights of the era, as far as I'm concerned. It's both like hilarious, and yeah, it's hilarious and fascinating, and sort of seeing Lynx's the way that Lynx is like genuinely kind of interested in seeing Irongron succeed, and then he's genuinely sickened when Irongron runs away rather than fights. It's like Lynx gets invested in it, and you can sort of see that it's against Lynx's own better judgment that he's getting invested in it, but he just can't help himself from finding what these humans are doing fascinating. And then of course all of the stuff about the Doctor being under suspicion, the Doctor being the wizard. It's oh god, it's enormous fun. So yeah, Time Warrior is great. Okay then, Invasion of the Dinosaurs. Where is this? Where are you, Invasion of the Dinosaurs? There you are. I wish I could say that I loved this one more. Because if you can get over the shoddy effects of the dinosaurs, which I can, I'm not bothered by shoddy effects. There's a really great conspiracy thriller here, and like many of the stories written by Malcolm Hulke, it has genuine empathy even for its villains. You can sort of they are people who have very reasonable motivations. Well, I mean, maybe not very reasonable motivations, but they're people whose motivations you can very easily understand. You can sort of put yourself in their shoes and see where they're coming from. Um, the problem is, I think the story kind of blows it because it has literally everybody in on the conspiracy. Like every supporting character, I think, ends up being in on the conspiracy, which is it's just a bit silly. It doesn't quite work, right? Like the twist with Mike Yates, that works, but then like everybody is. I mean, it's just yeah. You've got the Doctor and the Brigadier and the main sort of core cast. Obviously, they're not in it except Yates, and then it's everybody else. So that for me doesn't quite come together as well as it maybe should have done. As for the next one, Death to the Daleks, the idea of rendering the Daleks vulnerable by taking away their firepower, that's ingenious. Unfortunately, the story just gives up on that within like 10 minutes. And uh, and then, there are good things about this, but it all builds up to that ending with the puzzle games in the final episode, which I find to be a bit of a letdown. Um, okay, The Monster of Peladon. This one isn't so good. Yeah, this is one of the weaker Pertwee stories. I think it's let's do Curse of Peladon again, but longer. Basically, just rerun that one, but stretch it out a bit. Uh, that's never going to be the recipe for success, is it? Okay, Planet of the Spiders. Honestly, this one is not great. Um, I'm not usually too bothered by padding in Doctor Who. Like it doesn't bother me too much. Indeed, I actually quite like that many of the classic Who stories have a more leisurely pace. With that said, even I am dismayed by the padding in this one. I mean, more than half of episode 2 is a chase scene. Uh, more than half of the episode. Just a chase scene. And it's a chase scene on a 70s BBC budget, which is just never going to be interesting to watch. This is one of the very few cases where I will just skip that part of the episode. Because the chase scene is totally pointless anyway. The Doctor is chasing Lupton, but once the Doctor catches Lupton, the spiders just use their power to teleport him away. So, you know, you could just cut that. You don't need it in the story at all. And of course, I understand why they put it there. It's because Pertwee was, you know, he was the man of action, and he liked his cars and hovercraft and all of that sort of stuff. So they gave him a nice extended scene for his final story. But as much as that might have been a nice going away present for John Pertwee, it's not very entertaining to watch. And you know, beyond that, it's it's a story that for me just never quite comes together. There are interesting things in it. You know, there's like some kind of unusual things about it. I mean, the Buddhist influences really come out here. Buddhism is something that sort of crops up every now and then over Pertwee's era, which always interested me. One of the things that it's intriguing about the Pertwee era is that on the one hand he's a doctor that's like a man of action, but he's also the only doctor who could plausibly be said to have some sort of like spiritual commitments in a way. Like you do occasionally have these expressions of Buddhist ideas, and that's presumably because of the Barry Letts, the producer, who was Buddhist. Now, of course, the Buddhism is never more prominent than it is in Planet of the Spiders, and you know, and so that's it's intriguing, but again, it just, I don't know. For me, the story just never quite pulls itself together, and yeah. I would say that this is probably the weakest of the Pertwees, which is a shame because it's his last one. Okay then, Robot. Robot feels like it feels like a Pertwee story where just everything goes wrong and it isn't very interesting, and it doesn't have Pertwee in it. But it's like it's still got, you know, it's got Unit, it's got like the, you know, the organization and the robot villain. They feel like they should be in the Pertwee era, but it's just the wheels seem to have come off at this point. The heart isn't in it anymore. It's just not, for me, this isn't very fun to watch. So I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm saying that one's terrible. To be honest, I don't really feel that it's terrible, but again, I'm trying to be as critical as possible. Ark in Space, just a great piece of sort of body horror. Of course, the body horror is executed with, you know, bubble wrap that's spray painted green. But in terms of the sort of psychology of it, I think this one is great. It's very creepy at times, and you know, when we see Noah's transformation, that's really quite moving, I think. So I like that one. Okay, the Sontaran Experiment. You know, this is a simple filler piece, and frankly, it feels like filler. Well, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that with such confidence. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't a simple filler. It feels like it's a simple filler piece. I mean, it's 2 episodes long. There isn't really any storyline in it. The plot just doesn't go anywhere at all. So, you know, I mean, like, there's kind of nothing to say about it, right? I mean, I will say that, look, it's filmed on location in Dartmoor. Dartmoor is a beautiful and bleak place. It has a somewhat hostile atmosphere, so I suppose this does, you know, set a nice mood. There's also quite a nice fight scene between the Doctor and Steyr, which is like, it's hands-on, you know, it's like they're using a machete and a log, and it's fought over these craggy rocks. There's no laser guns here, and there's quite impressive stunts and stuff. So, you know, that's good. That's good. But beyond that, yeah, this just kind of spins its wheels for 2 parts, and then it ends with a very naff resolution, where the entire Sontaran fleet that's ready to invade the galaxy is defeated with a rather lame bluff from the Doctor. It's just sort of, it's just sort of there, isn't it? Ah, Genesis of the Daleks. For me, Genesis of the Daleks, it's not quite as great as its reputation. I love it. I do love it. There's so many great things about it, but it does, I think, stall a little bit in the middle. But look, I mean, this is it is brilliant, right? Like the Daleks are made into a genuine threat again. Because as much as I do love some of the Petui Dalek stories, as much as I love things like Planet of the Daleks, right? The Daleks aren't a threat. They're not a threat in the Petui era. There's no point in the Petui era where these are beings that you know are worried about in any way. Genesis of the Daleks makes them a threat. It makes them, I mean, not scary in the sense that you'll be hiding under the sofa, but scary in the sense that they kind of get under your skin. Scary in the sense that it's like, oh, you know, you're seeing a world torn apart by war, a world where people are pushed into this, you know, really quite desperate solution. I mean, in many ways, the origin of the Daleks is sort of like the origin of the Cybermen in that respect. You can totally understand like why these things happen, and it's terrifying. Of course, this is also the story that although it makes the Daleks into a threat again, it effectively kills off the Daleks as antagonists in the classic series, because from this point forward, the Daleks are just relegated to being Davros's henchmen. Right, Revenge of the Cybermen. This one is way underrated. I love Revenge of the Cybermen. Where is this going to go? Let's say about there. Yeah, you know, it's got a fairly complex plot. I think it's quite carefully structured. So there's like, you know, double agents and different factions of the Vogons. So you know, you've got the humans, you've got the Vogons. That the humans have got double agents. The Vogons are fighting amongst themselves. There's like different factions of them. Then you've got the Cybermen who are, you know, encouraging all of this. And then the Doctor is thrown into it. So it's quite you know, we have like these two bases. There's the Beacon and there's Voga. And it's all just, yeah, I think it's structured very carefully, and it pulls it all together very well. I also think that the location filming in the caves is just wonderful. Lends it a really gritty sort of atmosphere, and a real sense of like realism, and I suppose, you know, like a feeling of like, yeah, being in an alien place. Like you really do feel like you're in an alien place, an alien planet. Now, I mean, I would say that, look, the Cybermen are kind of lame, I guess, but look, the Cybermen have never been what they claimed to be. The Doctor never really takes the Cybermen seriously, and so yeah, he doesn't take them very seriously here. Actually, if anything, I would say the Cybermen are more effective here than they are in something like Tomb of the Cybermen. I think that the negative reception of Revenge of the Cybermen comes from the fact that people want it to be something it's not. You know, because think about what you've got here, right? You've got the return of the Cybermen after, you know, 5 or 6 years or however long it's been. You've got Hinchcliffe and Holmes, right? So this is, you know, the golden era of the show, and you sort of think, like Cybermen, Hinchcliffe, Holmes. Well, it should be really creepy and gothic with, you know, gruesome body horror. This should be like, you know, Ark in Space Redux, but this time in spooky caves, you know. But it isn't. But I don't think that's what it's really trying to do. If you sort of approach it, if you approach it on its own terms, you know, without sort of holding it to the sort of style and standards of the Hinchcliffe Holmes era, it's a great story. Okay. Terror of the Zygons. Well, I mean, this is just you know, straightforwardly great. Very, very atmospheric, very creepy, and I mean the Zygons. What wonderful villains! I just adore the design and the like organic design of their spacecraft. I love the sort of shots of them, you know, fondling the it almost looks like the I mean, I don't even know what they are. Are they buttons or levers, or I mean, they don't look like that. They're like almost tentacle-like things growing out of the spacecraft. But the shots of the Zygon hands fondling that just looks brilliant, and it really it's so evocative of the area that it's set of Scotland. So yeah, Planet of Evil. Yeah, this one is. I think Planet of Evil. It unfortunately sort of starts off better than it ends in some ways. You know, because the first two episodes, you do get this sense of like an almost Lovecraftian horror with these antimatter monsters, and then this is all set in an incredibly well realized jungle environment. Like it looks brilliant, but then in like the back half of the story, it's more just like, okay, we're on the ship. And I mean, I do enjoy the characters, right? Salamar is entertainingly nutty, and so it's not bad, but it just feels like a sort of step down, really. Like, I wanted to spend more time in the jungle. I loved the jungle set, and I wanted to spend more time there. I wanted to spend more time on the Planet of Evil, and rather less on the spaceship. So yeah, good story, but I'll say it's not great. Okay, Pyramids of Mars. Well, now this is probably a controversial opinion. I don't like Pyramids of Mars very much. It has a very high reputation, which I've never quite understood. There's nothing here that I think really stands out. The first three episodes are typical Hinchcliffe Holmes, and I mean, look, I don't say typical. So when I say typical, I mean that in a somewhat negative sense. It's like Hinchcliffe and Holmes doing something just generic, right? So okay, look, it is well scripted, it's well acted, it has solid production values, and there is some, you know, quite iconic imagery. The robot mummies are, you know, iconic, but I just find myself left very cold by the just totally boilerplate storyline and the generic villains. Scarman is menacing, but he's basically just a robot, and Sutekh is really lame. Sutekh doesn't have any motivation beyond just destroy everything. Like, he literally says, "Your evil is my good." That's Sutekh describing his motivation. Your evil is my good. Like, what is that? It's just the lamest. That might be the lamest dialogue of the whole Baker era. It's like what? Your evil is my good. And that's what the character is like, right? Like, this is not I'm sorry, but to me, this is just not an interesting character. So, okay, it's a very sort of typical story, and there aren't many things in it that I find that interesting. And then episode 4, it shifts gears into a more lackluster rerun of the puzzle games that we saw in Death to the Daleks. I mean, I'm just mystified by why this is considered to be such a classic. I don't get it. Sorry, but I don't get it. I don't think this is a very good one. All right, the android invasion. Man, I don't really remember much about the android invasion. I remember the first episode being very impressive, and that's about all. I don't quite know. I remember I didn't like it that much, but I don't want to say anything too negative about it because I'll just say it's okay. I remember it had a very good first episode, where the Doctor and Sarah are in a town where nothing is as it seems. Things are a little bit wrong, right? But beyond that, it's a little foggy to me, the android invasion. So I'll just say that that's okay, and then move on to the Brain of Morbius, which of course is, you know, look, if Pyramids of Mars is like typical Hinchcliffe Holmes, this is in many ways also typical Hinchcliffe Holmes, but it's like typical Hinchcliffe Holmes that just absolutely nails it in every way. Like, this one is it's so well written, so well acted. I mean, this has got to be higher than even that. It's very hard to imagine anybody really disliking the Brain of Morbius. Like, unless of course you look, if you just can't get on board with like old science fiction, fair enough. But like beyond that, it's I mean, it really is pretty much perfect. It's not an absolute classic. It doesn't as far as I'm concerned, like do anything special, as it were. And so, but it's for what it's doing. Basically, it's Doctor Who doing Hammer horror. Okay, Doctor Who tried to do some Hammer horror in Pyramids of Mars, and that for me doesn't work. But I think they just nail it in Brain and Morbius. Seeds of Doom. Okay, Seeds of Doom. I don't like this one. I don't like it. This is another one. It might be even more controversial than my views on Pyramids of Mars. I think Seeds of Doom actually just sucks. It is well made. It does have, I guess, a cool villain in Harrison Chase, but my God, I just find so much of this to be banal. As soon as they leave Antarctica, it's basically just a lot of running around a small garden, a lot of capture and escape. The Doctor beats people up. At the end, he calls in the army to drop a bomb. So, it's a very simple storyline. The ending is a cop-out. And the whole tone is just, it's so, it's so po-faced. It's boring. I think if you're looking for, psychological horror, of bodily transformation, that's done way better in The Ark in Space. If you're looking for atmosphere, that's done way better in something like Talons of Weng-Chiang. Yeah, I really don't get Seeds of Doom. I find it a real drag. Mask of Mandragora is this is a lot of fun. I don't think it doesn't quite sort of reach the great standard, but the sort of conflict between science and religion, all of the cult stuff. I love the atmosphere of that. So I'll say that's good. The Hand of Fear. Now, the Hand of Fear, this isn't so great either. There's a lot of just pointless, there's a lot of padding in this. There's a lot of driving to power plants and wandering around power plants and carrying Aldrad. Episode 2 in particular is totally pointless. Episode 2 begins with a hand in a nuclear reactor ready to grow into a body, and then we have a bit of a runaround, and then we end with the hand in the same nuclear reactor ready to grow into a body. It just doesn't quite. I don't know. I've never found this story that compelling. The Deadly Assassin. Oh my God, the Deadly Assassin. Now here, this one is. This is where, for me, the Hinchcliffe Holmes era really kicks into gear, which is a bit of a shame because this is right near the. I mean, this is kind of like actually towards the end of the Hinchcliffe Holmes era, isn't it? This is halfway through. Their last season, but I'm going to put that up very, very high. I just I love the Deadly Assassin. So Deadly Assassin. Everything here is degraded. It's kind of fascinating. The Time Lords, we're revisiting them, but now they're not these sort of godlike beings. Instead, they are bureaucrats. They're corrupt, they're petty, they're cynical. And of course, it's written by Robert Holmes, and Robert Holmes knows how to write corrupt, petty, cynical bureaucrats. So it's hilarious. It's really funny. And so the Time Lords, actually, we're sort of pulling back the curtain and, revealing what's really going on with the Time Lords. And it turns out, no, they're just as sort of flawed as the rest of us. The Master wants a suave gentleman villain. Here he's a gruesome cadaver, lurking in the shadows. And I mean, it's not just that he's stripped of his suave, sophisticated, urbane exterior. Even his personality is different. I mean, he is viscerally nasty in this one in terms of how he behaves. Moreover, the Doctor is very much put on the back foot. I mean, he is reduced to being a fugitive, working alone. And then by the time we get to episode 3, I mean, he's fighting for survival in the Matrix, stripped of all technology, alone in this nightmarish environment, in this, primal fight for survival, where all of his usual like charm and confidence is completely worthless. It just feels like everything in the Deadly Assassin gets just stripped down and degraded, and I mean, I love it. Yeah, and I think that this is it's just one of the best. It really is. And then of course we have The Face of Evil, which is again I want to. Is this an absolute classic? I'm not going to say it's an absolute classic. I'll put it in the great pile, but it's very close to being an absolute classic. Maybe it is an absolute classic. Just a perfect introduction to Leela. Really funny. But I what I like about it is, it just feels like, yeah, this is one of these. It really builds like a science fiction world where we have these sort of two competing factions, right? Like you've got the primitive people, you've got the Tesh, right? The technological people, and it's a puzzle that all comes together very well in the end. Like it's a beautifully constructed puzzle, and you kind of don't quite know where it's going, but then it's resolved in this very satisfying way, and it's really funny, really well written, really well paced, just perfect. And of course, and it introduces Leela, and Leela is great. I love Leela. And then of course we have the Robots of Death, which is again for me that's another classic. Again. Okay, in many ways, the Robots of Death is a very derivative story, right? Just like the Brain of Morbius was. But like, why does the Robots of Death sort of make it into the classics where something like the Brain of Morbius didn't? Well, it's honestly just because I kind of prefer the sort of retro-futurist Art Deco style of Robots of Death to the Hammer horror style of Brain of Morbius. I mean, that's pretty much what it comes down to. Robots of Death is it's just another story that's very very tightly written, very well produced. Everybody is firing on all cylinders. Great. Okay, Talons. Where should I? I'm just thinking. Right, yeah, no. Okay, Talons of Weng Chiang. Now, I just did the Robots of Death, so Talons of Weng Chiang should be next to the Robots of Death, shouldn't it? Do they not? Oh, there it is. There's Talons of Weng Chiang. So yeah, I mean, again, this is clearly a great story. Not for me quite a masterpiece. I think the thing is that this story, partly because it's a six-parter, it just sort of doesn't. I think the wheels come off a little bit in the final two parts, right? So what it does is you have the first four parts with Lee Sen Chang, and then the final two parts shift to Magnus Greel. And frankly, Magnus Greel is not a very interesting villain. Chang is brilliant. Like, Chang's a fascinating character. Greel isn't. And so for me, the wheels do come off somewhat in the final two parts here. I mean, look, production, characters, dialogue, all fantastic, but it just doesn't quite stick the landing for me. And it is kind of uncomfortable watching it these days. I mean, there's lots of Doctor Who stories that have got questionable racial themes. I mean, Evil of the Daleks, for instance, has Tomb of the Cybermen, right? I mean, but I mean, here it's uncomfortable to me that literally every Chinese character is portrayed as a villain, and they're a villain in ways that is, enacting some of those Yellow Peril stereotypes. Opium gangs kidnapping white women. And the problem is the story doesn't subvert it. It would be one thing to sort of present these sorts of stereotypes and subvert them and have the Doctor come out against them, but it almost seems like the Doctor just takes part in it. You know, the story itself doesn't subvert it in any way, which I don't really like that. So it's not a classic for me. Horror of Fang Rock, however, is I think that might well be a classic. I don't think that. I mean, this story is basically the perfect base under siege, isn't it? It's um, it's got the atmosphere. It's got very well written characters. It has some truly chilling scenes. I mean, the scene at the end of episode 3 where the Doctor says, you know, I thought I locked the enemy out. I actually locked it in here with us. That just sends a real chill down the spine. Um, and you know, it's. I think that it's much more like, you know, when you watch the Troughton base under siege stories, so many of them were packed with these just sort of stock characters who could sometimes be quite annoying. You know, the obstinate base commander could be very annoying. Whereas Horror of Fang Rock, they feel like real people. So you know, it kind of stands slightly above those more traditional, those earlier base under siege ones. I'm actually going to put this a bit higher. I think this one's really good. Okay then, the Invisible Enemy. Well, I suppose on the plus side for the Invisible Enemy, it is full of some cool ideas. You know, you've got the Doctor being possessed by a sentient virus, the cloning of the Doctor, the miniaturization, the trip into the Doctor's brain. It's proper pulp sci-fi, right? None of those ideas are really developed in a particularly interesting way, but you know, okay, it's some cool ideas. It is noticeable at this point that everything is starting to look quite cheap, and I mean cheap in the pejorative sense, not just in a descriptive sense. I mean, in the purely descriptive sense, I suppose everything in the classic era looks kind of cheap. But usually, the stories will do creative things with the limited budgets. Unfortunately, the Invisible Enemy doesn't. There's not like a particularly creative use of the limited budgets. It does, like when you watch the Invisible Enemy like coming off of the Hinchcliffe era, it really does feel quite poor. I don't know. It's not a bad story. It's sort of mindless fun. So that's where I'll put it. Image of the Fendahl. I guess this is the final attempt at the sort of Hinchcliffe style horror. Nice night filming, nice creepy house. It has some cool sound design. For one reason or another, though, this one is never quite connected with me, as well as some of those other sort of horror style stories. Oh, the Sunmakers. The Sunmakers is just brilliant. I kind of wish that I could call it an absolute classic, but I feel like I'd be lying if I did. I don't think it's quite that good. And I mean the thing is with the Sunmakers is it is again just like the Invisible Enemy, noticeably cheap, right? The production design is it's not creative, right? Like you can feel the fact that they have no money. You can feel that this is a bit of a rush job, but I mean the script is just fantastic. You know, Robert Holmes, who wrote the script, was politically conservative, but somehow he sort of accidentally wrote what seems to be a piece of socialist propaganda. Like it's almost like Marxist propaganda. It's Doctor Who at its most revolutionary. So I don't know. It's funny that it sort of stumbled into that. And yeah, I mean it's both kind of hilarious and it's angry. Like there's a genuine anger to it, and this is actually something that will come up throughout the Graham Williams era. You know, I'm a huge fan of the Graham Williams era. Just to you know, not to spoil what's coming later, but yeah, I like a lot of the Williams era, and I think it gets overlooked. People know the Graham Williams era for its sort of silly undergraduate humour, but of course part of the undergraduate humour is political consciousness and, you know, just sort of being angry about stuff, and I think that comes out very much in the Williams era. You know, with the Hinchcliffe era, everything is it's much more just like, okay, we're going to sort of tell these stories, these sort of science fiction stories, horror stories, and it's more escapist. It's like we're gonna create a world for you to escape in. I think with the Williams era, on the one hand, you know, yeah, everything. I mean, look, it's still science fiction, obviously, but it's politically conscious, and you can see that in something like the Sunmakers, and that's something that you see throughout it. That on the one hand, it's more humorous, but there's this undercurrent of genuine anger in it, and I love that. And yeah, so okay, Underworld. Now Underworld, when I was a kid, it was one of my favorite stories, believe it or not. Like, it was in my top 10. These days, I can't remember what I found so fascinating about it, but I do think it's not anywhere near as bad as its reputation would suggest. So, obviously, the big thing that everybody knows about Underworld is the hilariously shabby CSO caves. I'm not bothered by that because I actually like it when television shows, wear their artificiality on their sleeves. I don't like realism, right? I don't want that. I'm not interested in that. So if I have any objections to the effects in Underworld, it would be not the not the artificiality, but just that they don't bother doing anything creative with it. I mean, I just I feel like if you're going to set like a whole story against CSO backgrounds, you might as well be creative with them, Whereas we just get a bunch of drab caves. And I suppose that's really the problem with this story as a whole, is it is just a little bit dreary at times. Yeah, it's not great, but I don't think it's terrible. The plot I think is interesting enough. It's not got too much padding. Okay, Invasion of Time. It's bad. Yeah, it's bad. To be fair, the first two-thirds is good enough. I mean, in some ways, it's maybe better than good. The idea of the Doctor going evil, or at least pretending to go evil, is actually quite fascinating. And I think that, there are so many flaws throughout the whole of this story. There are pacing problems. There's not enough tension given what's happening. I mean, you kind of have to remind yourself when you're watching this that, like, okay, Gallifrey is being invaded, with the president is seemingly helping the invasion. There's no sense in the story that a major crisis is occurring. But even so, it remains interesting because for the first time, I mean, almost ever, the Doctor seems almost kind of dangerous. I mean, yeah, like he's not. I mean, you know that he's planning something, but you don't know what it is. And for a good chunk of the story, it's like, what the hell is going on? And I think it's played very well by Tom Baker, and there's some good supporting characters. I really like the Weasley Castellan. He really stands out. And then, of the Sontarans turning up is a really cool twist. But ultimately, the whole thing, it's just ultimately those last two episodes, right, are shockingly bad. I mean, they are terribly bad. So the two Sontaran episodes at the end, most of the screen time during those episodes is just essentially a chase scene devoted to people walking downstairs and along corridors. Now, obviously, part of this is, well, it allows us to see around the TARDIS. On paper, that's an excellent idea, right? Like journeying into the TARDIS. Why the hell not? That's a good idea. In practice, well, everybody had run out of money at this point, so the TARDIS interior just looks awful. Like, I don't know what that, like, it looks like they shot in some sort of recently abandoned school or something. It's so just drab and grey, and yeah, it's terrible. The one room that isn't so bad is the swimming pool. I guess they do have a swimming pool. That looks all right, but the rest of it is awful. And worse, the story just stalls. So it's a chase, but there's no sense of urgency with this chase. In the last episode, the Doctor and his companions seem to forget that they're even being pursued. Like, there's even a point where he decides to lay down for a rest, right? So this is supposed to be a chase sequence, and he's just laying down for a rest. So it looks like garbage. The story totally stalls. Um, it's a real disappointment, a real letdown. So there are good ideas here, but sadly, because of, I assume, the budget problems, they just couldn't pull it off. Like, this is very much a story where, you like, man, that the ideas visibly exceed what the budget can do. Right then, I'm going to take a break. Okay, the Ribos operation. This one is just a dazzling jewel of a story. I love this one. I think it's just as funny as City of Death, but probably more tightly written. I mean, it is okay. So first of all, just wonderful characters. You've got the ultimate lovable rogue in Garen, and the whole mood of the story is it feels both kind of cosmic but also like down to earth. It's also kind of grounded in real experiences. I think it's because, like the characters in it are all people with very big pasts. They're people with cosmic pasts, but they're now has-beens. These are people who once, led empires, or they were doing these massive global swindles. But the glory days are long past, and they're sort of, just reduced to haggling and bartering. They've been brought down to earth. And it's like, yeah, so we've got everybody plotting and scheming, and it's so tightly written, it's so funny and so well acted. I just love this one. Yeah, absolute classic. Okay, the Pirate Planet. So wacky. Really, really wacky. And it suits Baker's increasingly humorous take on the role, certainly. But he knows when to play it straight as well. Like there's some great scenes with like his anger at the captain when he's like, saying like, "What's the point? Like, why are you doing this?" Yeah, this is really good. I'm putting this pretty high up. Okay, Stones of Blood. So, Stones of Blood is a really interesting one. This one's really good as well. This is okay. I'm struggling to rank these now. Stones of Blood is okay. It's a really interesting one because episode 1 we have bog standard folk horror that seems like it's right out of the Hinchcliffe era, and it sets up De Vries as the primary antagonist, and you've got him as the servant of an evil force that's awakening from a distant past. So that's just total Hinchcliffe. That's standard Hinchcliffe, right? We know how this story goes, but then there are these two rather unexpected twists. First of all, De Vries is unexpectedly dispatched rather quickly in episode 2, and then in episode 3, the story just takes this left turn into courtroom comedy, like almost, and like suddenly the story that we think we're watching turns into something completely different, and it's fascinating. I think it's really good. Yeah, I mean, I just love this one. You don't really know where it's going, and I like how it sort of just overturns what you think it's doing. I also love that the aliens in this one are so genuinely alien. Like you've got the ogre, the giant stones that glide silently. They are genuinely quite creepy, I think. And then you've got the Megara that are just these, twinkling lights that are sticklers for the rules. It's fascinating, I think. Okay, the androids of Tara. Well, this one is just it's great fun, isn't it? It's not trying to do anything more than it's the Doctor Who does the Prisoner of Zenda, and it does it it just does it very, very well, and it's really entertaining. There's nothing amazing happening, but it does what it sets out to do. The Power of Kroll. Oh yeah, this one, I like this one quite a lot. It's sort of schlocky, right? It's very enjoyable schlock. You've got the green swampies, the giant octopus. It's kind of got a bit of a campy B-movie sensibility. It also has got some really wonderful location work and like night filming. I don't know whether to say that this is actually great. Do I want to say that this is because maybe it's not that. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Well, I'll have to pause. Right, what was I saying before I was rudely interrupted by that phone call? Oh yes, the power of Kroll. I'm trying to decide whether that... The thing that worries me about this is that I was hoping when I set out to do this, I was going to be sort of grading it all on a curve, and I feel like everything's getting thrown into the great section, which is like, that's not quite what I set out to do. So, Power of Kroll is really... I really like the Power of Kroll, though. I'm going to chuck some of these great stories into the... I'm going to say that they're good. The Rescue is... I mean, The Rescue is just a two-parter. Like, maybe that should go down as well. It's just introducing Vicky. That's all it's doing. And then The Demons, it does sort of... It's got style, but the plot is... yeah, okay. I'm reconsidering. Right, okay. I'll sort this out later. Let's get through the rest of these stories, shall we? So, where are we? The Armageddon Factor. Oh, this is another great one. I love the Armageddon Factor. I'd almost be tempted to put it into absolute classic, but I just can't. I don't think I can justify that. Okay. So look, yes, obviously, there are things that are iffy about it, but. I mean, okay, here's the thing. I think that season 16 is the most competent of the Williams era in terms of the basic mechanics of filming television, right? Like just in terms of like producing stories that like look good and seem like they were storyboarded and everything. Okay, season 16 does better than seasons 15 and 17. And with the Armageddon Factor, it's like the budget's visibly running out at this point, right? The Armageddon Factor is where it all comes crashing down, let's be honest. But the thing is, I think the Armageddon Factor makes the low budget work because we are on a planet that's devastated by war. We're in this like dull, drab underground bunker, and frankly, it looks genuinely bleak and war ravaged to me. So I think it does well with the limited budget it has. The other thing about the Armageddon Factor is that it sort of has this three-part structure. So it's a six-part story, but it's got this structure where you go from Atrios in the first two parts to Zeos in parts 3 and 4, and then finally onto the Shadow ship. So it's Atrios, Zeos, Shadow's ship, and so you're always sort of moving to a new place. And throughout this, there's interesting revelations. You know, the reveal of the skull controlling the Marshal, the reveal that Zeos is controlled by a computer. There's always these new revelations that propel the plot forward, and so it's actually, I think, very well structured for a six-parter. I also there's some lovely like little just moments in it as well, like the idea of the time loop trap. That's just great. It kind of comes out of left field, but it's exactly the kind of weird jerry-rigged tech that the Doctor should be using, you know. And you know, with so many Williams era stories, I think people miss the anger of this one, right? Because yes, it has the silly humour, but like look underneath the jokes, and this is a story of military propaganda, of war manufactured by shadowy agencies whose interests are not the people's interests, and so on. It's great. As a conclusion to the Key to Time arc, which is what organised all of season 16, it's not the most satisfying, I suppose. But I mean, what else could it have been? The Key to Time was never a particularly interesting idea, and it never played any real role in any of the stories this season. I think you could write out the Key to Time without it making much of a difference to them. So, you know, like, and actually, I do enjoy the bit at the end where the Doctor pretends to be going mad with power. That's just a wonderful piece of performance from Tom Baker there. So I really like the Armageddon Factor. I want to say that this is an absolute classic. I'm going to say that. Maybe revisit that later, but that's where it's going for now. Right, okay, Destiny of the Daleks. Well, look, obviously this is just a very bog standard sort of run around. It has none of the atmosphere or emotional weight of Genesis. But I mean, the thing is with Destiny of the Daleks is I don't think it's bad. You know, it's it's got a nice pace. It's quite well directed, and it doesn't take itself too seriously. I mean, look, it's one of those stories where, like, I can understand why people were let down at the time of broadcast because it's the season opener, it's the return of the Daleks after 5 seasons, and it doesn't really live up to that. But like watching it now, just taking it for what it is in itself, I can't find anything to complain about here. Well, I mean, I can find some things to complain about. I'll complain about the way that Romana 2 is used. Now, I should say, Romana 2 is my favourite companion. I absolutely love Romana 2, but she's not used very well here. She's getting captured a lot. There's a lot of whimpering at the Daleks. Still, I think that you can see that Lalla Ward really brings a sort of sense of joy to the role, and she plays off Baker wonderfully. Like the chemistry between Tom Baker and Lalla Ward, it just sparkles. It's one of the highlights of the next 2 years. So, yeah, I mean, Romana's not used very well. I also think that the Movellans are they're kind of lame, right? Like I suppose all of the villains here are sort of lame though. Like this is just the thing with this story is it's not. So like the Movellans are pretty easily defeated. You just pull out the power packs, right, and then they shut off. And apparently both the Movellans and the Daleks are locked in a stalemate because they act according to the pure logic of a computer. I mean, it's if they get stuck with a rock paper scissors game. It's kind of silly, right? Even Davros isn't taken seriously here. As soon as Davros is revived, the Doctor just starts wheeling him around, and then he's laughing off all of his talk of power and conquest. I mean, so there's no real threat here, but it's entertaining enough. I think that's what I'll say about it. City of Death. Well, City of Death, it's just it's obviously brilliant, isn't it? It's just, like it's just perfect. Obviously, what more is there to say? I mean, City of Death has some of the best dialogue in the history of the series. It has incredible acting. It's got Julian Glover does an absolutely fantastic performance. It has some fantastic and really unexpected twists, like the moment when you see that Count Scarlione is actually in the past as well. Like I mean, the story kind of goes in ways you don't expect, and it's just so brilliantly put together and wonderfully written. And we see Paris, it's like we get to sort of run around Paris. There's this real atmosphere of it's like arty and bohemian. I mean that's what the Graham Williams era as a whole wanted to be, and it could never quite get there, right? Like this is what they were trying to do. It's great. It's clearly great. It's clearly a classic. I love it. The Creature from the Pit. I've got a bit of a soft spot for this one. I'm going to say... okay, so... yeah, with The Creature from the Pit, for me, it's sort of like one of those stories. It's comfort food. It's a comfort food story. It's not particularly sophisticated, but it looks great, right? It's got some wonderful jungle sets. It has great costumes. I mean, come on, Adrasta, definitely one of the sexiest villains of the classic series, right? It's got that that sort of dank pit. It's just visually, I think it's one of the most appealing stories of the season. I also really love the design of Erato, right? Just this huge big blob. I think that's great. And I think Erato is a very interesting character. Like he's kind of ambiguous. So yeah, he turns out to be benign, but he is basically self-interested, and he's not concerned about the destruction of the planet. And even when he's capable of talking, his motivations are or rather alien and unknown. You know, it's so I think he's cool. You know, he's got he's an interestingly developed character, and yeah, giant green blob. Good idea. We haven't seen a giant green blob before on Doctor Who. It's not the most imaginative idea for a monster, but it's nice to see it on Doctor Who. Yeah, it all just looks very lush and verdant, and I like it for that reason. The big problem with this story, I think, is that once Adrasta is bumped off in part four, the wheels just come off the story completely. I mean, you can almost hear the writer saying, like, they get rid of Adrasta, and it's like, ah, yes, there we go, that's it, it's finished. Oh, wait, there's still 15 minutes to fill. Oh, dear. So we then get this silly plot with the neutron star, and I mean, that's the kind of plot that should be padding in the middle of the story, not the climax. And so it doesn't quite hold up at the end. But other than that, I think it's good. I'm going to say it's better than Death to the Daleks. Okay, Nightmare of Eden. This one, for me, is one of the absolute best. One of the best of the Williams era. One of the best of the show. I think Nightmare of Eden is a classic. So, you know, look. Okay, the problem with this, there is one thing that bothers me a little bit. It's anti-drug propaganda. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate. And it's very openly anti-drug propaganda. But it's not really too heavy-handed on the moralizing. And, you know, as with many Williams era stories, it's kind of bonkers. This story would probably have been insufferable if it was made in any other era. The Williams era just about gets away with it. But anyway, look, here's the thing. There are so many. It has a really, really sophisticated script, I think. So think about all the things that are going on. On the one hand, we have this sort of disaster movie, as it were, where you have these two spaceships merged. Then you've got a monster movie with the Mandrels, and I mean that's basically like a base under siege, right? So you've got the Mandrels invading the spaceship, but then you've got this story of the drug running, the mystery of the drug running. You've got the CET machine. You've got the missing person mystery. So you've got all these different threads, and these threads are interweaved really beautifully. The resolution of the story is I think pretty clever, even though it relies on technobabble, because in the end there are no, you know, this is not a story that relies on coincidences. There's no coincidences in the script, and so everything kind of comes together very nicely at the end, and it's very thematically coherent, right? So you've got the CET machine, which has an unstable interface that you can walk into the projection. You've got two ships with an unstable boundary. You've got this drugs allowing access to alternative states of mind, resulting in mental instability. It's a story about boundaries and surfaces and instability. I think it's great. So yeah, I love the Nightmare of Eden. Oops, getting ahead of myself there. Because after the Nightmare of Eden, we have the Horns, the Horns of Nimon. But no, I love Nightmare of Eden. That's a classic for me. The Horns of Nimon. So here's the thing with the Horns of Nimon. I think this is pretty underrated. I like this one quite a bit, actually. The Horns of Nimon stands out for me for one reason alone, and that is Romana 2. I mentioned that Romana 2 is my favourite companion. Well, The Horns of Nimon is the best story for Romana 2. This actually feels like the closest the classic series came to having a female Doctor. I always, you know, when I was a kid, even before the revival of the show, I always kind of lamented that we never got a female Doctor. I was always interested to see just a story with a female Doctor. I always thought that would have been cool if they'd done that. And actually, they kind of did in The Horns of Nimon, because Romana is given the lead role here. So in the first half of the story, the Doctor is stuck in the TARDIS, he's immobilised. In the second half of the story, it's Romana who visits Krynoth, while the Doctor is just kind of fiddling around with the Nimon's technology. Romana gets some of like the great sort of showdowns with the villains. So she's enraged with fury towards the co-pilot in episode 1. and then towards Soul Deed in episode 4. You know, those are both fantastic moments. And the Horns of Nimon, everything in this story is kind of silly, right? The sets look silly, the plot is silly, obviously the acting is very silly, right? I mean, I actually love it. I love Graham Crowden's Soul Deed. Wonderful scenery chewing, but it's all very silly, with the exception of Romana. Lalla Ward plays the whole thing totally straight. She's the sort of anchor of this story that just keeps it grounded, and you know there's like a real, you start to sort of feel a real connection there. It's like, yes, it's silly, but she's taking it completely seriously, and it just works. I think it's great. It's great for Romana too. I know there are so many issues with the Horns of Nimon. It's not a masterpiece by any means, but I love Romana too, and that's why I love the Horns of Nimon. Right then, Shada. I just wish, don't you just wish that you could say that this is the lost masterpiece of the Graham Williams era? I don't know. Is this great? Is it good? It's not better than The Rescue. We'll say it's good. Yeah. So I wish that I could say it's the lost masterpiece of the Graham Williams era, but it isn't. It just isn't. It's not as funny or as tightly paced as City of Death. You know, it's not as angry as the Sunmakers. I mean, it's a more flabby story. It doesn't quite nail the epic feeling that it seems to be shooting for. It doesn't. There's not anything in it that's particularly like surprising or inventive. The acting and the direction are sometimes quite flat. I think the flaws of the era are on display in Shada. I mean, it's a shame we don't have the whole thing, but you know, I think this is one of those stories that maybe it has a certain allure because it was never completed. But if it had been completed, I don't think it would have been that great. Okay. The Leisure Hive. Well, here, of course, we move into a very different sort of era of the show, right? John Nathan Turner comes in. Williams out, John Nathan Turner in. So, The Leisure Hive, it's... I don't know. It's not... I don't love it. I don't love it. I do love the aesthetic of it, right? We're starting to see the 80s aesthetic here. It's flashy, it's garish, it's tacky, vibrant lighting, cheap plastic strewn everywhere. Not for everyone, but that's right up my street. So, you know, and you know, whether you love or hate the production style, it certainly feels fresh. You know, I don't like the trouble with The Leisure Hive is that I feel like this story should be great. The direction is very snazzy. I think there's some really good like just acting. I mean, David Haig as the increasingly unhinged Pangol. He does a good job. The story has got some nice twists, and it's also one of those stories where again there's not like genuine villains, really. I mean, there are some straightforward villains in it, but I think a lot of the characters you can sort of, you know. So, for instance, Stimson, one of the characters, Stimson, encourages fraud. Okay, that's bad, but it's the kind of badness that's so standard and mundane, and it's presented as such. So, instead of sort of having villains, the story consists of these relatable, flawed characters. Even Pangol is more pitiful and misguided than evil. So there's a lot to love about The Leisure Hive, and yet I just don't love it. I mean, in many ways, it's like, for me, something like the Dalek Invasion of Earth, where, you know, or the Macra Terror, where, like, I kind of get why people would love it, but for one reason or another, it just doesn't resonate with me. Meglos. Meglos is a lot of fun. I think it's fun. Yeah, I say it's around the Horns of Nimon. I mean, at the end of the day, you've got Tom Baker starring as a talking cactus. So I don't know what more really needs to be said than that. It feels very much like a Williams era story. This feels like it should have come from season 17. And so yeah, and I think actually given what's about to come next, it's quite appropriately placed, because what we have in Meglos is a simple traditional adventure, and what we're about to do is embark on two rather epic trilogies that will see, we're going to see universes die and the Doctor regenerate. But here we've got just this fun, silly adventure where the Doctor is a talking cactus. I mean, it's not, yeah, it's very far from perfect, but like, uh, you know, I don't really have any major complaints here. I think that the final meeting between the Doctor and Meglos is a bit of a letdown. You kind of would have hoped that they would have done something interesting with that. It takes the Doctor a long time to get involved in the story. I don't think he even leaves the TARDIS until like halfway through part 2, if I recall correctly. So, maybe this would have been better as like a 3-parter. Right, cut a part out, get to things more quickly. But it's fun enough, I think. Right. Full circle. So here we come to the E-Space trilogy, the start of one of the epic trilogies that I mentioned. I mean, I just adore Full Circle. Full Circle. Oh, it's really hard for me to think about these stories that are about to come, because I can just remember, whenever I think about Full Circle, I remember being a child. I remember being, 10 years old and holding in my hands the E-Space Trilogy VHS box set. Right? And it was cardboard. And I remember the smell. It has a really distinctive smell. Like when you took the VHS tapes out, you smelt the cardboard, and there's a particular kind of smell that those cardboard box sets had. I just remember, and it's like I'm back there in the room holding this VHS box set when I think about Full Circle. And of course, just a great story. I mean, a really, really brilliant story. I just love stories that, first of all, I love the setting. I love the marsh setting. It just looks really kind of lush. And then the mist and everything, and like the scene of the Marshmen coming out the marsh. Just visually, that is brilliant. And it's accompanied by a really, the lovely like 80s synthesizer score. And the story has, these are not, I mean, again, it's one of those stories where there are not really any monsters, right? Like this, it kind of has some interesting twists and goes in interesting directions. It doesn't exactly have monsters. There are some surprises, like when it's revealed that they don't know how to pilot the ship is actually ready to go, but they just don't know how to pilot it, and they're not even from where they're going. So yeah, great story, visually striking, great soundtrack, and it's just very atmospheric, and it's got one of my favorite TARDIS crews, because you got the Fourth Doctor and Romana. I just love this one, and it always, for me, has a really strong nostalgic quality. I just remember watching this as a kid, watching it on VHS. Yeah. Okay then. State of Decay, another classic. Man, I find these so hard to rank at this point. State of Decay. If I'm being honest, I think I put this right up there with Full Circle. Yeah, I might maybe I should put Full Circle a bit hard. No, okay. State of Decay, another absolute classic. Again, full of striking imagery, like the shots of the bats flying towards the end of episode 1, the shot of blood in episodes when the Doctor reveals, it's blood, right? It's not fuel, it's not rocket fuel, it's blood. Wow, it's kind of chilling. It's dripping with atmosphere. I love State of Decay. Okay, but here's the big one, right? The big one is Warrior's Gate, which is, as far as I'm concerned, the absolute best. This is my number one. This is my favourite Doctor Who story of all. I think this is simply stunning in every conceivable way. It's weird, it's beautiful, it's creepy, it's moving, it's enigmatic. It is unlike anything else that has ever been shown on TV. Um, Very rarely, before or since, has Doctor Who been as creative and daring as it is here. It is the perfect way to wrap up the E-Space trilogy. I mean, not least because it's the only one that actually does something with the E-Space concept. As much as I love Full Circle and State of Decay, I mean, they could have been set anywhere, right? Warrior's Gate is a story for E-Space. And it's also the perfect story for season 18 Tom Baker. I mean, Tom Baker's performance in season 18 had been a bit more restrained, a bit more somber. And I mean, he just fits perfectly into Warrior's Gate. So, Warrior's Gate, I mean, man, I just love everything. The visuals, so just like, you know, part one of the Mind Robber, right? The scenes in the void, that's a great example of just how much you can achieve with a very minimal setting. But of course, you know, it's got more than that. It's not just this lovely void. It's also got the derelict cobweb banquet hall of the Gateway. You've got the bizarre images of the monochrome gardens. Even the interiors of the slave ship look really impressive. Like, there's some lovely like visual embellishments, visual effects. So when the Tharils in the storage room where the Tharils are, as they're breathing, there's this really strange like static stuff that buzzes around them. It's just great. So visually, one of the best looking stories, and it sounds great as well. Great sound design. There's this lovely sort of mysterious drone going on in the scenes in the void. And then on top of this, the acting, the characterization, just perfect. Especially for the crew on the slave ship, because the crew on the slave ship, they're just a bunch of regular guys. I mean, well, not all of them are regular. Rorvik is increasingly maniacal, and he's wonderful to watch. But you know, beyond him, they're just a bunch of guys who want to get their spaceship moving. And in a story where almost everything is so weird, they, you know, they kind of serve as a sort of point of familiarity, and they're quite funny as well. I mean, there's a sort of you can't help but root for some of them, or at least feel sympathy for them, which makes it all the more disturbing when they're so, you know, they're so happy to enslave and torture and kill the Tharils. I mean, it's like this. You really feel conflicted watching it. Like these exchanges between Aldo and Royce, you know, these jocular exchanges. They're just a couple of guys. They just want to get their spaceship moving, and they're sort of joking and bantering with each other, and yet they're doing these appalling things. And you know, it just like you feel both of it. Like you feel the sympathy for them, but you also feel horrified at what they're doing. I just love how richly drawn these crew members are. You know, it's like regular guy on the one hand, slaver on the other, and it's presented so naturally. And of course, this moral ambiguity also is the case for the Tharils. The Tharils are a slave race now, but they were once enslaving people themselves. I mean, so the Tharils are very ambiguous. I think they're one of the most mysterious alien races that we've seen on the show. This idea of them being like time sensitive, that they sort of walk through different times or see through different times. It's never fully explained what that is. But they obviously have some very mysterious power. You know, and then there's just, man, there's so many lovely touches in this story. The whole mystery of the shortening distances, K9's warnings of the mass instability. It creates, there's a feeling of doom, you know, a feeling of real. It sort of starts to hang over everything, right? You start to get this sense that, like, okay, things are bad, and people are kind of ignoring the warnings. It's like, so there's doom that people are ignoring. It starts to feel very claustrophobic. There's this brilliant line that K9 says in episode 3, which, I'm going to say this line. I want a line. Let me get the line. Hang on. I'm going to look this up. I know I have. So, oh yeah, here it is, right? So this is just, I love this. K9, episode 3, somebody orders him to vanish. And K9 says, to vanish, to cease to exist, to become zero. Present environment fulfills this condition. This unit awaits next order. And nobody listens to him. Nobody listens to it. And it's like, you get it sends a shiver down your spine. Warrior's Gate. in my opinion, is one of the masterpieces of 20th century art. I genuinely would put it up there with Kubrick's 2001, with Duchamp's Fountain, with Steve Reich's music for 18 musicians. It is tragic that because this is part of a silly, low budget, mass entertainment tea time BBC show, it will never be recognised for what it is, which is a masterpiece. Not just of Doctor Who, but of art in general. And then, of course, with that, we move on to the next story. And I mean, how do you follow Warrior's Gate? Well, I mean, of course, you know, well, of course you don't. You get the Keeper of Traken, which is still a very good story. I like the Keeper of Traken. It's gentle, it's quiet, it's Shakespearean. I think it's very well written, very well acted, and you know, it's sort of a calm before the storm. You know, and really sets up the next story very nicely, which of course is Logopolis, which is great. I don't think that Logopolis. I want to like this more than I do. There's something, you know, about Logopolis where I feel like I like the style of it. It's got the style of you know. So season 18 has a very particular sort of mood. There is a kind of funereal mood to season 18. Logopolis has that in spades. Yeah, it's funereal, it's somber, and Logopolis is a story of, you know, the Master destroying universes, like whole universes being destroyed. It's very great in its scope. I just I don't quite feel it when I watch the story. Unfortunately. Okay then. Castrovalva. We're moving into the Davison era here. Castrovalva. Where is Peter Davison? Ah, there he is. Castrovalva is a hard one to rate because, you know, I need to reorganize some of this. Castrovalva is only okay. It's not okay. It's hard to rate because I think the first two episodes they just don't work. It's just mucking about in the TARDIS. There's this trope that happens in Doctor Who of regenerative trauma, where the idea is that after the Doctor has regenerated, they go through this period where you know, they sort of don't know who they are, and you know, maybe they sort of just act, you know, ill, or they're unable to do things. And I think that trope it just sucks. It was always a stupid idea. And you know, like when you get a new Doctor, you just want to see the Doctor. Like I don't want to be mucking about with this regenerative trauma stuff. I just want to see the Doctor in action. And so Castrovalva, more than most other stories, it really plays into the regenerative trauma stuff. And so we don't really see the Doctor until episode 3. And then the other thing is that the first two episodes of this are basically just set on the TARDIS. It's not very interesting. Now, it becomes very interesting in the second half of the story when it starts doing all that weird MC Escher stuff. That's really cool. But yeah, like prior to that, it's... So yeah, I'm going to say it's okay, but it's not great. But also what I'm going to do is just... I'm putting the Dominators down. I'm putting Death to the Daleks down. I'm just going to... Because I feel like... Yeah, there's a few too many stories. You know what? Even like Logopolis isn't that good. Man, this is all... You know, I'm looking at this. I feel like this is all mixed up. I've not got the right ranking here at all. Well, never mind. Four to Doomsday. Where is Four to Doomsday? Four to Doomsday is... It's a very gentle story, this one. Kind of peculiar, I think. I quite like it. It's... I mean, there's no real, like, peril throughout most of it. It's only very late into episode 3 that anybody is in any genuine peril. And there's also a lot of exposition. I mean, most of episode 3 is just, like, exposition dumping. But I enjoy the sort of... the atmosphere of it. I like the you know, the reveal that of enlightenment and persuasion, when they're revealed in their human form and that it's copied Tegan's drawings, it's kind of cool. And then the reveal that they're all androids on the ship. So it's just like, yeah, nice. I enjoy it. I think it's got a nice atmosphere. It's not great, but not too bad. Kinder, however, is absolutely wonderful. So where is Kinder? This is one that I think is just, again, an easy classic. Now, where would this go? I think this would go quite high. Um, it's you know, Doctor Who inhabiting a very strange sort of world, right? And I like it when Doctor Who goes strange. You've got, you know, the Mara that invades people's minds, and the scenes in Tegan's mind are genuinely very creepy. I think it has some of the best. You know, there's some really great cliffhangers here. The cliffhanger with Davison opening, with the Fifth Doctor being forced to open the box, just wonderful. The cliffhanger where we've got the old woman saying, you know, wheel turns and all of this, and it all goes kind of psychedelic, absolutely wonderful. It's and then you've got like oh, what's his name, Hindle, going increasingly unhinged. He is an absolute joy to watch. So just great characters, very sort of a strange kind of atmosphere and mood, and a genuinely threatening villain. And I think Peter Davison as well is really on fire here. Like, this is, for me, this is the story where like the Fifth Doctor comes into his own. He's kind of sort of sassy and confident, and yeah. So I love Kinder. All right, The Visitation. You know, The Visitation is not a particularly sophisticated story. But yeah, by no means is The Visitation a very sophisticated story, but it's always been one that I have a soft spot for. It's probably the ultimate case of comfort food Doctor Who. I just have such great fun watching it. You know, I like this particular time period. You know, the plague, right? The time of the plague, and I feel like the story is quite evocative of that period. Richard Mace is just a wonderful supporting character, lovable rogue, in the style of someone like Garen. I'm very much into that. I also think the Pteroleptals are really well designed. You know, one of them's even got like the physical injury on its face. So, and the android looks really cool as well. Yeah, it's not sophisticated, but it is comforting. So I like it. All right, Black Orchid. Black Orchid. I mean, it's inconsequential. Is the word that comes to mind, which is in some ways a bit of a shame, really, because this is the first straight historical since the Highlanders, and the last so far, the last of the classic series certainly, and I mean so far the last of the whole show, because we haven't had any pure historicals in the modern show, but so it's very short, doesn't really do much, it's inconsequential, but it does have a certain charm to it, and I suppose it does make a nice contrast with the you know, the very sci-fi and like highly abstract stories that we've seen in the previous seasons, you know, the sort of season 18 and a lot of season 19. One of the things that's interesting about Black Orchid is that it's very evocative of the standard murder mystery, but it actually isn't a murder mystery. I mean, for one thing, there's no mystery. It's very obvious, given the breathing and gargling sounds that the killer makes, that it can't be any of the characters we've seen. So you know, the only mystery is like the mystery is, well, who is he and why does he kill? But it's not a standard murder mystery in the sense that we're supposed to figure out which of these, like, it's not like we have a bunch of characters and we have to figure out which one of them is the killer. The other thing that's interesting is it only two parts, but it's quite sort of leisurely. You know, part one has got the extended scenes of Davison playing cricket. You know, companions lounging around at an upper class party. Um, it's kind of nice, I think, to just spend some time with those characters, but that's about all to be said for it. Okay, Earthshock. Where are we? Earthshock. Um, I'm not keen on Earthshock. I don't want to say it's bad, but I'm not keen on it. Uh, at the end of the day, Earthshock is a fairly pedestrian base under siege story. I mean, first episode is brilliant, you know, but once you get past that first episode, it really trades all of the mood and the atmosphere for just action and thrills, right? If what you're looking for is a kind of generic science fiction action thriller, then Earthshock is as good as the classic series gets. But for me, that's not really the sort of thing the classic series does well. It's not really what I'm looking for. The Troughton base under siege stories worked when they worked. Part of the reason why they worked is because they were creepy and atmospheric. Like they worked because they focused on mood over action. Um, Earthshock, yeah, it's more of an action. Um, and so, I mean, look, it tightly paced, it's well performed, and so on. It just doesn't speak to me. Um, Time Flight. Time Flight. Okay, I actually really like Time Flight. I really like it. How much do I really like it though? Where does it go here? I like it a lot. So the first thing to say about this, right, is I know everybody rags on Time Flight. I mean, there's lots of reasons why people rag on it, and in some ways the complaints are fair. Now, one of the fair complaints is that it just totally bungles the response to Adric's death. But here's the thing: you've got to bear in mind. I saw Time Flight first when I was a kid. I was like 10 years old. I was watching the stories in whatever order I could get them on VHS. I saw Time Flight before I saw Earthshock. So for me, it was never really a problem that because I didn't see the previous story with Adric's death. Now, I grant that if you view it as a continuation of Earthshock, it doesn't really work. But you know, just taken in itself, it doesn't matter so much. Now, what it is I think it's very ambitious. It's packed with pretty wild ideas, and it's fun. I mean, it's just fun. So part one, it sets up a very intriguing mystery, which I think is paid off quite well in the following episodes. That you've got the Master as Khalid, which is just hilarious. Like I find that hilariously funny. His ridiculous disguises. I mean, yeah, it's not. Look, here's the thing. He's not a serious threat here. Okay, it's absurd. It's silly. But I think if you go into the story like expecting something to be absurd and silly and not taking it too seriously, then having the Master just throw on this ridiculous disguise for absolutely no reason, it's just great. Like, of course he does. He's the Master. He puts on stupid disguises. So yeah, I mean, look, you've got. I actually think that first of all, episode one obviously has some really nice location work. Gives it a nice sort of sense of scope. The use of Concorde and the setting it in contemporary Heathrow. But then even beyond episode one, I quite like the sets. I mean, yeah, it's low budget, but I would say that the limited budget is used pretty creatively here. I don't think anything in Time Flight looks particularly terrible. And yeah, it's I just enjoy it. The one thing I would say about it is it doesn't have a very satisfying ending. It does feel quite anticlimactic. Like I think that there's some pretty high stakes that get built up throughout the story. By the time you're into episode 4, the Doctor's TARDIS is gone. The Doctor and the companions are trapped in the Sanctum. The Xeraphim is controlled within the Master's TARDIS, but then it just it sort of fizzles out at the end. Maybe it's not that good actually because it doesn't stick the landing. Time Flight. Yeah, we'll put it down a bit. Okay. Right, Arc of Infinity. Where's Arc of Infinity? Arc of Infinity, where are you? There it is. Oh, this one. Yeah, not good. It's not good. Very very by the numbers sort of narrative, I think. there's there are so many good ideas here, and I think more could have been done to make it impactful. I mean, the moral problem that the High Council of Time Lords face, right? Like their problem of like killing an innocent man to potentially save many. They could have explored that in more detail. We didn't really like. You don't see any of the characters grappling with the decision, which is again that's that's a bit of a missed trick. Omega, also there's something that I think was missing in this story, but could have made it particularly good, is the Doctor's treatment of Omega could have paralleled the High Council's treatment of the Doctor. So, the Doctor was in a position where it was like, imagine if instead of Omega being a madman, the problem was that, there's just sort of physical consequences of bringing antimatter into our universe or something along the like the physical consequences of bringing antimatter into our universe would have just inevitably destroyed worlds. It wasn't that Omega was a madman. It's just like, when he comes back, that will inevitably destroy things. Then the Doctor would have been put in the same position that the Time Lords are in with respect to the Doctor, where it's like he has to destroy one person to save many. But that idea just isn't explored. And of course, I mean, the whole thing completely falls apart in the final episode. It just tedious scenes of the Doctor and Nyssa wandering around Amsterdam, and then there's this rubbish chase sequence at the end. The direction is flat, the music is uninspiring. I mean, it gives me flashbacks to Planet of the Spiders Part 2. But I mean, here, they don't even try to jazz it up with things like flying cars and hovercrafts. So, it's rubbish. Okay, Snake Dance. Snake Dance is... Oh, I want to love it. I really do. I want it to be as good as Kinder, but it isn't. The trouble with Snake Dance is there's a lot of exposition. So I think it's part 3, where the Doctor and Nyssa are just sitting in a cell, just working out the history of the explanation of how the Mara came into being, and it's very much telling, not showing. It's just sitting down, delivering exposition. I mean, look, it's very well directed, packed with surreal imagery. Also, the climax, from the moment when the Doctor sort of snake dances with Dojin to the battle with the Mara, that's one of the best sequences in the history of the show. And in general, I think Davison is just brilliant here. I particularly love that he's presented, as a madman. Like, we see him acting like a madman, and you can completely understand why the people on Manusa just don't believe him. Because he comes across as... I mean, we know that he's right. We know he's right, but like he just comes across as completely nuts. He's not very good at asserting himself and confidently taking the leadership role. I mean, actually, that's something that I think the Fifth Doctor works really well here, because obviously that's something that is very much a characteristic of the Fifth Doctor. The Fifth Doctor is a bit more vulnerable. He's not as confident. He's not as boisterous. He doesn't just sort of stroll into the room and take over. And so, what you get is just people not believing him and him coming across like a nutter. And that's played really well in Snake Dance. It's a shame that they didn't play that in other stories. But so this is kind of the perfect story for the Fifth Doctor, I think. Right then, Mawdryn Undead. Oh yeah, this is just lovely, isn't it? This one, it's really great. It's great to see the Brigadier again. I think he's used remarkably well, even though the story wasn't written for him. And you can kind of tell that it's sort of obvious, isn't it? It's obvious. It's like, yes, of course, it would have been better for this to be Ian, but still, it's nice to see the Brigadier again. And it does it's got some lovely stuff going on with time. It's surprising, really, when you think that Doctor Who is a show that is all about time travel, how few of the classic stories actually play around with time travel. I mean, you've got Day of the Daleks, right? And there are some other ones, but yeah, it's actually pretty rare. Like usually, time travel is just used as a tool to get you to a particular place. In Mordred Undead, time travel becomes like part of the plot, and I feel like the way that the stories are interweaved is done really beautifully. So that's great, and it's also great that we have some very human antagonists, people who they're not exactly villains. They just want to die. They just want to be free of existence. It's fascinating. I like that one. Yeah, I'm moving that up a little bit. Love that one. All right, Terminus. Um, this is a story of. It's not bad. I like it, um, but it's a story of sort of missed opportunities. There are so many intriguing ideas here, but they never really coalesce into an intriguing narrative. I like what Terminus is going for, and when it works, it works very well. Like I think the first episode is great. The TARDIS is rendered inaccessible. It's disabled and rendered inaccessible, and then you sort of explore this strange environment, and it's all got a very gloomy atmosphere. And then some of the themes of the story, the medical service run by this cutthroat capitalist company. So intriguing ideas, but it just falls apart in the execution. The whole thing just feels cheap and under rehearsed. And I mean, even like, well, actually, I mean, it's not just the execution because like the way it's written, it feels like a first draft, right? I mean, nobody really seems to get to do anything. Tegan and Turlo spend all their time stuck in the ducts. The Doctor just wanders around with Carrie. Nyssa gets ill, so I guess she gets a little bit to do. But that's pretty much it, right? Like that's all they do. I mean, it's an odd story, but it's not odd in a good way. But I feel like it could have been a great story. I feel like it could have been brilliant because it was written by the guy who wrote Warrior's Gate, right? So, okay. King's Demons. Well, I mean, obviously the Master's schemes are becoming just completely ridiculous at this point. But I can't hate the King's Demons. It's light and fluffy and fun and short, and it just doesn't. I mean, nothing. There's nothing wrong with it as such. So yeah, the Master is ridiculous, but he's ridiculous fun. So I'll go with that. Okay, the Five Doctors. Where are we? Five Doctors. Well, all right. This might be a bit of a controversial choice. I don't like the Five Doctors. I don't know why Planet of Giants is so. Okay, Five Doctors. Yeah, I don't like the Five Doctors. It's the big 20th anniversary celebration. A lot of people love it. I just think it's kind of crappy. The problem with the Five Doctors is there are far too many characters in a story that's far too thin. So it manages this rather unusual achievement. It feels both cluttered and boring. It's like there's both too much going on and too little. I think really the trouble with it is that it's very much a sort of greatest hits story. It's a series of set pieces to showcase a bunch of important people from the history of Doctor Who. I mean, it's almost like a glorified clip show. And the thing is at the time, 1983, well, that's not a bad idea. In 1983, you didn't really have a lot of options if you wanted to see the past of Doctor Who. It's not like you could just, buy them all on VHS or DVD or indeed watch them online as we do these days. The only way you'd be able to see these older characters is by seeing them in a story broadcast like this. Of course, even as a glorified clip show, it doesn't actually work because Tom Baker didn't want to be part of it. So, I mean, it didn't work even at the time, and watching it now, I mean, to me, the whole thing just feels completely pointless. I get that it does have a sense of fun, and I think it is as good as it could have been given the requirements, but the whole thing just feels like a box ticking exercise. If you're going to do a box ticking exercise, then, get Terrence Dicks to do it because he writes it as well as it could have been written, but it wasn't. It's just not very good to watch, in my opinion. All right then. Um, okay, where are we? Warriors of the Deep. Well, I have to agree with the consensus on this one. It's pretty rubbish. I mean, it's attempting to do a retread of. So here's the thing, right? We're basically doing a retread of the Silurians. But here's I tell you what. Let's say we're doing the Silurians. Okay, how do we update it? Well, I tell you what. Let's transform it into a standard base under siege, and and then instead of like making the Silurians, you know, real characters with real motivations, let's just make them a bunch of genocidal monsters. Yeah, that's a good idea, right? I mean, here's the thing: the moral core of the Silurians is that like the violence arises from misunderstanding and the fact that these people aren't talking to each other, and you know, it's like these are real characters, and you can understand where they're all coming from, and it's because of these misunderstandings that they walk into tragedy. But when you watch Warriors of the Deep, I mean, the Silurians here, they're literally just, you know, they're just bog standard evil monsters. They're just genocidal invaders. And it becomes very. And the thing is that the Doctor is written as if he's in as if he's in the original Silurian story. So it's very hard to sympathise with the Doctor's concern for the Silurians here, because there's just nothing in Warriors of the Deep indicates why he advocates for the Silurians so much. You know, like he just comes across as an idiot. So you know, look, it's a generic base under siege. It's the action thriller mode of Earthshock, but without any of the you know, wonderfully atmospheric first episode, without being as well produced or as well performed or anything. Yeah, it's rubbish. The one good thing about it is I do really like Turlough. I think this is a good story for Turlough. He gets some fantastic cowardly moments. You know, I haven't mentioned Turlough yet, but let me say about Turlough. Turlough is one of my favourite Doctor Who companions because he is probably the only Doctor Who companion that I really can identify with. I feel a connection with him. I feel like we're blood brothers because he's a total coward. And that's totally me. I'm like, yeah, you know, if I was with the Doctor, I'd probably be like Turlough. I would be. I'd probably end up getting, you know, if the Black Guardian tried to manipulate me, I'd do everything I could to save my own skin, and you know, I'd run away at the first sign of danger. So yeah, okay. The Awakening. Where are we? The Awakening. Just lovely story, The Awakening. I think this is probably the best two-parter. It just nails the two-part format, doesn't it? It's not. I mean, look, it's not okay. It's not an absolute masterpiece, is it? But it's, you know, this is a story of a village going crazy, and it's kind of got like a bit of a folk horror vibe to it, and you know, this sort of malevolent force that's, you know, acting through different times. Like it's like this village in the present being dragged into the past, dragged into some violent history. I just love it, and it's just 2 episodes long. You know, it clips along at a nice fast pace, and it's very sort of well structured. The plot is well structured. Yeah, I love The Awakening. It's a great one. All right, Frontios. Man, Frontios is actually another really good one. Where would I put Frontios? Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. Yeah. Front. Yeah. It's gritty. It's bleak. It's macabre. You know, right from the start, we're brought to the last days of the human race, the end of humanity, on one little outpost on this planet at the end of the universe, and then the TARDIS is destroyed. I mean, it sets a very dark tone, and it's another great story for Turlough. So I like that one a lot. All right, Resurrection of the Daleks. Where are we? Resurrection of the Daleks. Where the hell is it? We got Revelation. There it is. I'm not keen on this one. I mean, I think I'm going to have to say this one is actually kind of bad. I don't. It it's again, it's in the sort of action thriller mode of Earthshock, but you know what? I'm going to put Earthshock up a little bit higher than that. Like it's, I think it's bad. Yeah, Earthshock's not that bad, but no, Resurrection of the Daleks, it doesn't, it just doesn't work for me. I don't find the sort of action as exciting as it is in Earthshock. I also think that, frankly, the Doctor just comes across as very weak in this, in a way which, you know, it's perfectly fine to make the Doctor vulnerable. It's even fine to make the Doctor weak. What bothered me is that in the confrontation with Davros, Davros's criticism is never challenged on any level. Like it doesn't even seem to be. It doesn't seem like the Doctor even attempts to challenge it. It doesn't seem like the story even attempts to challenge Davros's criticism. So it's not the kind of story I like, and frankly, I don't think it's told very well for the kind of story it is. All right then, Planet of Fire. Planet of Fire. You know, it's juggling a lot of different things, this story, and I think it does a pretty good job of uh, interweaving them all. You know, you've got Turlough's exit, you've got Chameleon's exit, you've got the introduction of Perry, you've got another Master story, you've got obviously the whole story of San and so on. And yeah, I mean, it does bring these threads together quite nicely, but the whole thing for me, it feels kind of like it's, I don't know, it doesn't quite come together in a way that it feels like it's treading water, basically. It just feels quite insubstantial. There are things that are great about it. I particularly love the Master as a fundamentalist preacher. I kind of wish we'd seen more of him in that sort of role because he does it very well. I also think that as an introduction to Perry, it's really quite good. She has a really nice feisty sort of attitude here. I really like the part where she's you know, confronting the Master and you know, what is it? She says, you know, look, I'm Purple Gilliam Brown and I can shout just as loudly as you can, you know. And then later in the story, she's sort of trying to swap the the miniature Master with her shoe. It's pretty good. Unfortunately for Perry, it is sort of all downhill after this one. But yeah, so it's okay, but not great. But then we have the Caves of Androzani, which, I mean, I pretty much just completely agree with the consensus on the Caves of Androzani. I feel like I've missed something. I know that I've missed something because I've missed Enlightenment. Damn it. I missed Enlightenment. So what do I do about that? Well, I'll just have to put that in. Anyway, okay, the cave. I guess it was bound to happen, right? It was bound to happen at some point. How could I have missed Enlightenment? All right, the Caves of Androzani. Yeah, this is. It's just brilliant. I mean, it's. Here's the thing with. So, obviously, it's superbly directed. I mean, this was directed by Graham Harper, one of the best directors on the classic series. It's just so, you know, sort of snazzy and polished, and there's like really clever shot compositions and, you know, cuts and so on, and just the way that it's like put together and edited looks perfect. The script is absolutely perfect, very tightly written. It's it's funny, but like a lot of the humor I think is used very well because I'm going to put this a bit higher. Yeah, the yeah, a lot of the, you know, a lot of the humor comes from sort of Davison, you know, laughing in the face of danger. And one of the things that's interesting about Caves, I think, is that when most of the other doctors laugh in the face of danger, it's because they know that there really isn't that much danger. They know that they are in control and, you know, they're going to get out of this and everything's going to be okay. When Davison, on the other hand, is laughing in the face of danger, it feels more like he's just desperate and he's got nothing to lose, really. But it really, you know, it's like, no, this situation is completely out of control and things are absolutely not okay. You know, again, you know, this is a story that just works perfectly for Davison's more vulnerable Doctor. And I also just like it's a very nihilistic worldview that this story has, right? Every single character in it is corrupt or in some way, scheming or is just outright psychopathic. And the Doctor and Perry are sort of thrust into this very dark, brutal world. And I mean, there's no saving the planet. There's no stopping the monsters. He's not going to be a hero. He's just going to have to do everything he can just to survive. And he just about manages to do it, but not really, because obviously this is the end of Davison's tenure. So he manages to save Perry, but that's it. It's pretty shocking. It's very dark and bleak and nihilistic, and you kind of get the impression that this is sort of, this is like one of the successors of the Eric Saward vision for the show. Like make the Doctor more vulnerable, make the world more dark, make it more cynical, and of course underlying it all, there's a real like black humor to it. Brilliant story. You wouldn't want every story to be like it, but it is brilliant. Right. Enlightenment. So the one that I forgot. Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I forgot Enlightenment, because Enlightenment is a bloody masterpiece. Enlightenment is brilliant. How did I forget Enlightenment? Yeah, I'm gonna put it above Kinder. Enlightenment, yeah, one of my all-time favorites. I mean, this one is it's just beautiful, right? I mean, it looks beautiful. Like the model work of the spaceships is absolutely gorgeous. The sets are absolutely gorgeous. The very idea of the story, like the basic conceit of the story, this race of ships in space. Just a brilliant idea. It's just ingenious, and the characters that are in it, like the Eternals, are fascinating. I mean, the character of Mariner, the way that he is allured by Tegan, it's creepy. It's almost got a kind of uncanny valley thing going on. Like you can see that Mariner has this interest in Tegan. In Tegan, he's fascinated by her, but there's like no emotional content. It's like stripped of any real feeling, and you can really it comes out in the performance, and it just creates a very strange sort of mood to the whole thing. So this. Oh yeah, I mean, I just love this. These sorts of stories where you have, people who are beings, let's say, beings who live for an eternal time, who are just kind of, playing around, like using humans as their playthings. That's a sort of story theme that I find quite attractive. I think it's played out very well in Enlightenment. Okay then, so I'm sorry I forgot you, Enlightenment. Now it's time to move on to the Sixth Doctor's era. So, Twin Dilemma. Twin Dilemma. The Twin Dilemma is pretty bad, I think. In terms of the overall story, it just sort of looks cheap and shoddy, and it feels like the first draft of a script. There's nothing particularly interesting about the story. There are parts of it that are really ugly. I really do not like the strangulation scene. I think that was a serious misstep, and of course I understand why it happened, right? I get the whole idea of regenerative trauma, but I just don't think you should do it that way. I don't think the Doctor should be strangling the companion. First of all, I don't like regenerative trauma anyway. I think as I've mentioned, I think the whole regenerative trauma thing is a stupid idea, but it's very stupid to make the Doctor violent and abusive. And then, of course, he continues being abusive afterwards, right? Like, so that first episode is just a really ugly thing to watch. It's unpleasant. I think that once you get beyond that to the rest of the story, it is actually quite fun to watch Colin Baker's performance. I mean, look, I like Peter Davison as the Fifth Doctor, and I actually think that Peter Davison is, people think of him very often as like the bland Doctor, which I don't think is fair because he could be quite irascible and he could be sassy. He has a personality. He just, he's not exactly going to be the center of attention, but there's definitely a personality there. He's not bland. But even so, I mean, the way that the Sixth Doctor just barges into the show, explodes into the show, it is kind of a breath of fresh air, and I find it very entertaining. So, once we get past the first episode and you can kind of just forget the ugliness of that episode, the nastiness of that episode, it's actually just really fun watching Colin Baker in the role. But unfortunately, that is the only thing that's really fun about the Twin Dilemma. So I can't really put it up too high in my list. So, Attack of the Cybermen. Where is Attack of the Cybermen? Yeah, this one I quite like it. I wouldn't say that it's great. I mean, it has its problems, but no, I'm not going to put it that. I'm going to put it below, maybe below. Oh, yeah, see, it's going down. No, Attack of the Cybermen. So, okay, there's a lot of continuity and there's a lot of just callbacks and so on. I don't think that in principle continuity is a bad thing. It's just that the way that it's delivered in this story is basically like extended exposition dumps. Like at the start of episode 2 in the TARDIS, everybody's just sort of standing around giving this exposition dump about the history of the Cybermen, and it's really not. It's not that interesting. It's not even that important. It doesn't like who cares about the history of the Cybermen? It just I just get on with the story, So that's not so good. It's the problem is it's like telling, not showing, and there's a hell of a lot to tell, right? It doesn't feel like we're really being told this other than just information about the Cybermen for its own sake. There's also just beats in the plot that seem really stupid, like the fact that the Cybermen lock the Doctor in a room containing a bunch of explosives. I mean, the Cybermen can be pretty dim-witted at times, but that strains credulity. So, there's that. But it does have... so here's what Attack of the Cybermen has. I think it's got a great, atmosphere, a really great score. I love the location shooting on the planet Telos. It's a story that's built out of lots of double acts. So, you've got Lytton and his sidekick, whatever the guy's name is. You've got Stratton and Bates. And, just watching this... I think the dialogue is very well written for a lot of it. So I'm conflicted about it. Parts of it are good, parts of it aren't so good. So I'll put it about there. I do enjoy Attack of the Cybermen. Actually, I enjoy it quite. But do I enjoy it? Why is Terror of the Autons below the Horns of Nimon? Oh dear. Let's move it. Let's move Meglos down a little bit. Right. Okay. Vengeance on Varos. Vengeance on Varos. Yeah, season 22 of Doctor Who is very rough around the edges in many ways, and one of the things that makes it very rough around the edges is that they moved to a structure where they had, instead of the standard story being 4 episodes 25 minutes long, it was 2 episodes 45 minutes long, and I don't think that the writers had a good idea of how to handle that structure, the 2 times 45-minute structure. One of the things that happens in almost all the season 22 stories is that they delay the Doctor and Peri getting involved in the action. And for me, Vengeance on Varos is one of the worst stories for this. It's one of the worst examples of this. There's so much faffing about in the TARDIS. And I mean, we've already seen this in, there's faffing about in the TARDIS in Attack of the Cybermen as well. But it bothers me more in Vengeance on Varos. I think the the main reason is that it just really feels like padding here, and part of that is because of the Doctor's behaviour. So in response to the problem with the TARDIS, he basically just immediately gives up, and then he starts acting in this really selfish way. And as much as I do enjoy Colin Baker's more abrasive Doctor, that was a bit too. It was just too much. It felt like a reversion to the post regeneration crisis in the Twin Dilemma. Also, frankly, the storyline, the like overall storyline in Vengeance, it seems pretty thin. I mean, you can kind of get away with delaying the Doctor and Peri's involvement in the action when there's other things going on. There's other stuff going on, but there's just not that much of a story to Vengeance on Varos. And even once the Doctor and Peri do arrive on Varos, it's just a sort of series of captures and escapes and running around and avoiding traps and so on. I think there's themes in the story that are compelling. It has interesting things to say about the media and violence in the media and so on, but it's just not told in a very compelling way, in my opinion. Okay, The Mark of the Rani. I think this one's quite good, actually. I think there's a case to be made that The Mark of the Rani... I mean, it's not great, but it's quite good. There's a case to be made that The Mark of the Rani is the only story in season 22 that actually does do the 45-minute episode structure very well. Because in this story, there is no faffing about in the TARDIS, there's no delaying the Doctor's involvement. In this story, we get straight into the action. And I think as well, it does a really good job of like building its world. So I like the fact that there's like different types of dialogue used to distinguish the different social classes on the one hand, and then the different species, humans and Time Lord on the other. So there's that's quite nice. There's also very nice location work. The time period, I think, is well realised. It just feels like there's care taken in building this world. It's interesting because the writers to this, Pip and Jane Baker, they usually get a lot of grief for their dialogue, but I don't know, I think they do a pretty good job here. And I like the sort of more, it almost has a more sort of fairy tale quality to it, this story. I don't know, 1800s industrial revolution, forest groves, it's got an intriguing aesthetic. So yeah, I think it's good. I like this one. All right, The Two Doctors. Oh, The Two Doctors. This is a story of missed opportunity, I think. It's not great. It's nearly good, but it's not good. So it's a multi-Doctor story. We've got two Doctors. We've got Patrick Troughton back, and it's so frustrating because they delay the second Doctor and the sixth Doctor meeting for so long. Here's the thing, if you're going to do a multi-Doctor story, obviously you get them together as quickly as possible, because so much of the fun of this gimmick is seeing how the different incarnations interact. That's what's actually fun about it. The point of this type of story is to see the Doctors interact with each other, but it's delayed for so long in this. In fact, Troughton, I mean, you almost get the sense watching this that, like, am I just being trolled here? Like, are they just taking the piss out of me? Think about this, right? They bring Troughton back, okay, and what do we do? Well, we see Troughton for the first 10 minutes. Then he's unconscious for the rest of episode 1. Then he's tied up for, like, all of episode 2. And then he spends most of episode 3 as an androgen. So, you don't really see the second Doctor do anything, right? I mean, you almost get the sense that, like, are you toying with us? It just seems like Troughton is just shunted out of the action for the whole thing. He's not even able to, like, do his cool thing where he, like, manipulates things from the background, where he pretends to play the fool and is actually being manipulative. I kind of wish that they'd... I do like, actually, the second Doctor transforming into an androgen. That's a cool idea, but I just wish they'd done that in, I don't know, episode 2, and then we'd had more interaction between the second Doctor and the sixth Doctor in the final part, or something like that. So that's annoying. The other thing with the two Doctors is, man, the direction is flat. It's really flat direction, and this needed to be directed by Graham Harper. This needed the Caves of Androzani treatment. This is a story about food. It's about eating. It needs to be sensuous. You need like close-up shots of people biting into things and the juices flowing down their mouth. Like, it needs to be indulgent, and it just isn't. It just isn't. Okay. Time Lash. Well, look, everybody hates Time Lash. Well, I will tell you, I love Time Lash, and Time Lash was another one of my favourite stories when I was a child. I'm going to put it about there, I think. Yeah, Time Lash was one of my favourite stories when I was a kid. If you'd asked me at age 10 or 11, this would have easily made my top 10 Doctor Who stories. I had some very odd opinions back then. I was I was also a really big fan of Underworld and Fort of Doomsday and Time Flight and so on. I'm not. I'm not. Sometimes I look back and I'm not sure why I loved some of my old favourites, but I got to say with Time Lash, I can still see it. I still see what's great about it. First of all, it's got two fantastic villains. I mean, you've got the Borad, who is this mad dictator, and he plays it wonderfully. His lust for Peri makes him genuinely creepy in a way that you don't usually see in Classic Who. And then, of course, you've got Paul Darrow's Tekka, who is just the hammiest performance on the show since, he's giving Graham Crowden's Soldy a run for his money, right? Enormously entertaining. And, it's just perfectly matched with the more boisterous Sixth Doctor. It just feels like everybody's giving it their all, And actually, there's lots of great stuff with the Sixth Doctor in this. I think it's one of the best stories for him specifically. He's got even with Herbert, who is maybe, look, I get why people would find the character of Herbert kind of annoying, but I just think the Sixth Doctor has such great chemistry with him, especially at the end when he's trying to stop the warhead. It's just a joy to watch them together. There's also lots of really just intriguing little ideas here. So the Time Lash itself is a really cool idea. Plus there's loads of cool moments that sort of create an enigmatic atmosphere. There's the burning android that just suddenly appears. There's the Doctor climbing into the Time Lash. There's the Doctor using the time delay device thing in his final confrontation with the Borad. So there's all of these like time travel, time related things, and the aging beam, that's a wonderfully cruel method of dispatching people. And the androids, the deep blue colour, the high pitched voices, it just all, for me, it just looks great. And so look, I think Time Lash, great story, great fun. Right. Revelation of the Daleks. Okay. I have said that one of the problems with season 22 is that it delays the Doctor getting involved in the action. And that is true. It is a problem. And it's a problem in this story as well. But I don't care. So the whole first episode is the Doctor and Peri walking through snow. That's half of the story. Doctor and Peri walking through snow. So in that respect, it's not structured very well. But I don't care. I don't care because everything else about this story is perfect. I don't even notice that we have a whole episode of the Doctor and Peri walking through snow. First of all, this is probably the funniest story of the classic series. The humour in this is as black as pitch, but that's right up my street. It is gloriously gruesome. It's real, like, black humour, gallows humour, and everything in this story. Here's the thing. The whole story it's like gratuitously dwelling on death, decay, and biology. Foul biology. So you've got gruesome mutations, you've got dead bodies being used as food, you've got Bostock, the character of Bostock, who's grimy and smelly and he refuses to wash. There's a scene where someone is caught picking their nose. Even Davros is kind of like reduced to haggling for money. There's something base about it, and all of this filth Uh, all of this gruesome biology is just wonderfully juxtaposed against, stylish direction, polished 80s sets. The whole aesthetic of it, I just love it. I feel like this story it's the style that much of season 22 was going for, but the production team just didn't manage to pull it off. Like this sort of juxtaposition of the foul with the garish 80s style. It's perfect, and also one of the best soundtracks of the classic show. This desolate, gloomy synth music, which is a perfect complement to the story, and it's really, really funny. It's so funny. But did you bother to tell anyone that they might be eating their own relatives? Certainly not. That would have created what I believe is called consumer resistance. It's brilliant. All right then, the mysterious planet. Well, here we move into the trial of a Time Lord, and I think the trial of a Time Lord was just a disaster. It's complete. I mean, it's completely uninteresting So the trial of a Time Lord is the whole season. Okay, let's set it in a courtroom, and we'll we'll sort of have the individual stories be as if they were being shown in this courtroom during the Doctor's trial. But the courtroom scenes wear very, very thin very, very quickly. They become grating very, very quickly. I mean, within about an episode, I've had enough of the trial stuff. I just want to see the stories, because there's nothing. The trial doesn't do anything interesting. It's just bickering in a courtroom. So I just want to see the stories. And then, unfortunately, the stories themselves are kind of rubbish. I mean, the Mysterious Planet, if you cut out all of the rubbish trial stuff, you know what? The Mysterious Planet's better than the Twin Dilemma. But yeah, I mean, it's just so generic. It's just so by the numbers. It feels like it's Robert Holmes, and you can see that it's Robert Holmes, but you just can't help but get the sense of a writer whose heart just isn't in it anymore. I mean, that's how it feels anyway. Like, it's got some of the tropes of Holmes, like Sabalon Glitz and his sidekick. That's one of the Holmes double acts. And I guess Sabalon Glitz is, yeah, I mean, he's a lovable rogue, but, he ain't Garen, is he? Okay, so yeah, it sucks. Then we get to Mind Warp, which is just absolute garbage. Just a disaster. I think it's outright awful. I mean, there is something about Mind Warp that is kind of daring. It's daring in its nastiness, and I think it would have been the sort of thing that could have been quite good if the production team had any idea what they were doing, but they didn't. And I think one of the best indications of this is that so Colin Baker later said that he didn't know how to play a lot of the scenes in this because he wasn't sure whether the Doctor had genuinely gone crazy, or whether the Doctor was just pretending to side with the villains, or whether it was the whole thing was just like fake and manipulated, because of course we're watching footage from the Matrix, and so maybe all of this footage has been manipulated, and so basically he had no idea what he was supposed to do, and the production team were not able to answer him. They didn't know what it was supposed to be either. So the whole thing is just confusing and unpleasant. I find it really tough to get through this one. Okay, Terror of the Vervoids. I'll say it's all right. This is definitely my favourite story of the trial season. If you just take the story, in itself, ignore the trial things, it is kind of an enjoyable whodunit. There's a lot of competing factions. It's got a nice, the script I think is quite well paced. And again, I mentioned Pip and Jane Baker earlier. I think they have a good grasp of how to write Colin Baker's Doctor. And they know how to bang out a traditional Who story. So, yeah, it's okay. It's an okay story, but then it's got all of this rubbish with the trial of a Time Lord going on in the middle of it. and so that brings it down a peg. And then of course we end with The Ultimate Foe, which sorry, I think this is just terrible as well. Um, yeah, it's I mean it's crap, but look, to be fair, given that I mean this was again, it was there's like three different or four different writers involved in this. We had Robert Holmes started writing it, and then I think he died, and then Eric Sayward took over, and then he left or something, and then he wouldn't give his plans to, because then it was given to Pip and Jane. Eric Sayward didn't give Pip and Jane his plans, and they only had like 2 days to finish it, and I think there were like lawyers involved because they couldn't have anything in their script that was similar to Eric Sayward's script. I mean, with all of this, it's as good as could be expected, which frankly is not very good. The plot is totally muddled. I guess there's like a surreal setting, which is quite nice, but the direction doesn't bring it to life. So yeah, the Trial of a Time Lord. I mean, the whole thing was a bad idea from the start, and this just crashed and burned. I mean, I think season 23 was a disaster, the absolute nadir of the show for my taste. Right, okay then, Timon the Rani. Believe it or not, this was one of my favourite stories when I was a kid. I don't like it that much these days, but I still like it more than most people, I think, would. I mean, look, it's not trying to do anything particularly ambitious, but I find it perfectly enjoyable for what it is. It's got a nice sort of mad scientist plot. The Rani is a fun villain. I mean, it's camp, but it's silly. It's camp, but it's enjoyable. And coming at this, if you watch this after watching The Trial of a Time Lord, I mean, there's just nothing to complain about. It's so far ahead of that season. It's just nice to have like, oh, this is just a fun Doctor Who story. Okay, great. Yes, please. Breath of fresh air. Okay, Paradise Towers. Wild, wacky. I mean, I want to put this as an absolute classic. I'm going to put this very close to the top here. Should I put it in absolute classic? I love Paradise Towers. I'm going to put it on the edge there. I might revisit that. Yeah, Paradise Towers. Here's the thing. It's so of course it's Doctor Who doing J.G. Ballard, but with all of the tropes of like children's television. It's completely absurd. It's completely nuts, and everybody treats it that way. You can sort of see. I mean, Richard Breers as the chief caretaker puts in one of the most hammy performances we've ever seen. But oh man, I just find this endlessly entertaining, and it's also like I think it strikes the right balance of like it is wacky and it is silly, but it's also genuinely kind of unnerving at times. Like the interactions between Mel and those two old ladies is quite creepy. So just like the Underwater Menace, right? It's got the wackiness, but it's creepy as well. I think that Sylvester McCoy as the Seventh Doctor just absolutely comes into his own here. So yeah, I really like that one. All right, Delta and the Bannermen. Where are we? Well, Delta and the Bannermen. Yeah, I like this a lot. It feels really fresh. It feels like the sort of thing that Doctor Who has never really done before. So again, it's got a kind of wackiness to it, but at the same time, there's a genuine sense of threat. I mean, Don Henderson's villain is a genuinely kind of threatening character at times, but that sort of setting in the rather dreary holiday park, the dreary 1950s holiday park, and then let's just throw some wild science fiction weirdness into that. Yeah, that's just great fun. Okay, Dragonfire. This is one that I, like the Android Invasion. It's been a while since I've seen this, and I don't remember it so well. But I know that I didn't like it very much. I'm going to put it like I'm going to put it right about here. I remember feeling like it was nice to see. So Sabalom Glitz is fun, but it just doesn't. My memory of this is that it didn't. I don't know. It just didn't ever feel like it quite got going. I was never that into it for reasons that I'm now realizing I can't actually articulate because I don't remember it well enough. Unfortunately, some of these stories it's been a while since I've seen. But that one yeah, I'm gonna say that was bad. I really don't have positive, like I don't feel good about it. I can't say why, but I just don't feel good about it. All right, Remembrance of the Daleks. I know that this one is very well loved, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't like it that much. I don't like it that much. Maybe I don't really know why either. Maybe it's the militarism, but then I can hardly complain about that because I love the Patui era. Uh, so, like, I don't know. Maybe it's just the fact that the video shooting looks like garbage, right? So the fact that they started shooting things on video, it does not look very good. And I think for this kind of story, this is the sort of story where it sort of needs to look good, and this doesn't look good. It looks terrible. So that doesn't help it. I mean, I don't know. The idea of like Dalek factions fighting each other isn't something that is very compelling to me. Um, it's okay, but I'm sorry, I don't love it. But then we come to the Happiness Patrol, which is obviously fantastic. Uh, I mean, the Happiness Patrol has what might be one of the greatest creations in all of Classic Who in the Candyman. I mean, I just love. I mean, look, all you have to do to see how great the Happiness Patrol is just take a look at a clip of the Candyman, and his eyes twizzle. His eyes twizzle around. It's not. He's not just made of candy. He's got spinning eyes. It's so ridiculous. I just. I mean, I just love it, and it's. This is like. Okay, so the McCoy era was obviously one of the eras of the show when Doctor Who becomes like very politically conscious. And again, I like it when Doctor Who does that. I like it when it wears its politics on its sleeve, and you see that in the Happiness Patrol. Interestingly, a lot of people say that the Happiness Patrol is specifically targeting Thatcher. That Helen A was based on Thatcher, and I just don't see it. I don't see what Helen A has in common with Thatcher, other than that they are two, rather severe female leaders. Beyond that, I don't think they really have a lot in common. Like, I mean, I don't know what. It doesn't seem like they really have many policies in common, right? But the Happiness Patrol is certainly it is certainly a story that is opposed to authoritarianism. It is certainly a story that cares for the individual, and I love it. It's fighting for that, and it's it's like wacky. It's very tightly paced. 3 episodes. It's got a very sort of fast pace, and yeah, I mean the whole thing is just great fun. The only thing I would say about it, the one thing that maybe makes me knock it down just a little bit is um, the sets. The sets are dark and dingy, which I feel doesn't really make any sense given the story, right? Like, given the story where this is a planet where everybody is forced to be happy, the sets should be vibrant and garish. This is where we need a bit of the John Nathan Turner Leisure Hive treatment. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like that was a bit of a misstep, but that's a very minor thing. That's a small thing. Beyond that, it's a great story. Silver Nemesis. So Silver Nemesis obviously is rerunning Remembrance of the Daleks, just with Cybermen and with more uh, more factions involved these times, and it's certainly a sloppier story, no doubt about that. Um, but I just really enjoy it. I like it. I like it for all of its faults. I can see its faults. I can see that it has its problems, but I mean, part of it was just, look, when I was a kid, this was again one of my favourites, and so it has this sort of nostalgia value for me. Um, it sort of has I can't you know, step outside of the eyes of 10-year-old Kane Baker when I watch Silver Nemesis. So there we go. Okay, the greatest show in the galaxy. Well, this one is easily a classic, and in fact, I love the greatest show in the galaxy so much that it's making me think maybe I should bump that one down. I think this one is, you know, one of the real absolute classics of the McCoy era. I mean, the the whole like atmosphere and themes and just the mood of this one is so great. It's like you've got a forlorn circus in the middle of a barren desert. You've got these endless winding passageways made of billowing fabric. You've got nostalgia for a past when things were, you know, joyous and uncorrupted. Because this is a story about artists basically selling out, or it's a story about artists being, you know, captured by forces beyond their control, and the art becomes corrupt, right? So, and it just totally nails that like yearning for a time when the art was joyous and free, and when, yeah, when you know we hadn't sold out to these corrupt forces. So there's that, but so it really, you know, kind of gets that sort of human feeling to it, and there's a real like connection to this drive for, you know, artistic creation, but at the same time it has genuinely cosmic themes. I mean, the themes of like the gods of Ragnarok and the way that they exist in this alternative dimension, almost. I mean, well, it is, you know, it's like this strange alternative dimension that seems to operate according to slightly different rules, but they have like avatars in the real world. It's fascinating. So yeah, I just it's brilliant. I love this one. It's always been one of my favorites. Okay then, Battlefield. Battlefield is yeah, it's okay. So I think the central idea of Battlefield is ingenious, right? The central idea of this is that the Doctor is completing a plot that was set in motion by his future self, right? So I feel like it's quite an interesting way to sort of continue the theme of the McCoy era, which is, you know, the Doctor is this kind of chess master. The Doctor is the guy who's controlling everything and pulling the strings. It continues that theme, but then it also puts the Doctor that we're watching on the back foot, because it's like the Doctor is now, he's not just the chess master, instead he's the pawn in his own future self's game. Very cool idea. But the execution somehow falls very flat. I mean, it doesn't help, I think, that, like, look, in terms of just the way that it's written, it feels sloppy, right? It's like, it's nice to see the Brigadier come back, but he's shunted out of the story until the end of part two. So, you know, all the faffing about in the helicopter, I think that's probably the only example of genuinely egregious padding in all of the McCoy era. With the Destroyer seems like kind of an interesting character, but then he's in the. I mean, he's only in the story for like 5 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes before he's dispatched. So you know, we don't really see much of him. All of the worst elements of the McCoy era production style are in full force here. We've got very bland direction, terrible music, and again, this location shooting on videotape just looks terribly cheap. So it's not the most fun to watch for me, this one. I would say that the major climax being, you know, dialogue in a nuclear bunker about the pointless brutality of nuclear war is quite nice, but that's yeah, it doesn't quite make it a great story, but there are some good things about it. Ghostlight. Okay, well, Ghostlight is another absolute classic. Uh, Even better than Greatest Show. Um, Ghostlight is, yeah, one of my all-time favourites. It's such a fascinating story, this one. First of all, I mean, it's a difficult story. It's almost unbelievable that this was broadcast in the form that it is, because I can't see how anybody could have followed this story, uh, just watching it like on television. This is a story that you need to have it in a form where you can rewatch it. You have to rewatch the damn thing to figure out what's going on, because Ghostlight is it's like it has this very interesting like narrative structure where like it's extremely dense but very loosely structured. So there's like important points will be communicated in what seem like very short throwaway lines of dialogue. The dialogue is often phrased in rather oblique ways. The dialogue is poetic. It's not straightforward. Um, there's loads and loads of different themes and subplots, and they're just kind of thrown at you. Like none of them are treated as primary. So there's loads and loads of things going on, but it feels like there's no center of narrative gravity. And then on top of all of this, uh, the whole thing feels like the third act of an unseen story. The third act where the first two acts have been unseen. There's a lot of McCoy stories, I think, that have that kind of style. Where it feels like we're entering the story in the third act. This one has that as well. But it's just like there's a lot of things acting against you if you want to understand what's actually happening. So it takes a few rewatches to sort of get it. At least it did for me. But once you get it, I think God, it's just beautiful. I mean, it does make sense. I think it, broadly speaking, does make sense. It's blink and you'll miss it because some of the dialogue is easy to miss and so on. But and very fast pace, right? It's almost like every line brings something new to the plot, or it reveals something about the characters or the themes. But I, yeah, once you sort of get it, I mean, it's just perfect. The atmosphere, the mood, the dialogue. What's that line at the end? The house will remember. Just the ghost of an evil memory lingering. A dark secret after the candle is out. Man, that is gorgeous. That is just brilliant, isn't it? So it's the sort of story, like something like Warrior's Gate. It's the kind of story that you think this is something only Doctor Who could do, and yet it's unlike anything else in Doctor Who. I would be almost inclined to put this a bit higher. I'm going to say this is my third favourite. So yeah. All right then. The Curse of Fenric. I have to say I'm not a fan of this one. This is like Remembrance of the Daleks. I understand why people love it, but doesn't quite. And I enjoy it too. There are things I enjoy about it, but it just doesn't quite click with me. I'm not sure where to put it though. I think I might put it all the way down there. So I know, because there are good things about it. I mean, it's better than Time and the Rani. It's better than Silver Nemesis. I think it's better than Castrovalva. You know what? It's better than Two Doctors. Okay, so Curse of Fenric. There's some lovely scenes in it. It's got like fast-paced, complex plot. There's tension. There's the stuff with like the Norse runes and the playing chess with ancient evil. Okay, that's really cool. But here's the thing. There's two big problems with this. The first thing is, this is a story that needs to be spooky, but it just totally lacks atmosphere. It lacks atmosphere. I think, again, it's because of the production style, right? The being shot on video. I mean, again, this depends. Ghostlight is dripping in atmosphere. But Curse of Fenric, to me, it just looks cheap. It looks cheap. And it doesn't really do anything creative with the limited budget. And it's I think it's just the shooting on video, the thing that they use to shoot it with, really hurts it. It does not look good. It does not look creepy. The The other thing that bothers me about this is that, this is an era of the show when it's at its most politically conscious and it's at its most anti-establishment, right? But there's this really uncomfortable, like socially conservative attitude to this story. One of the main themes of the story is faith protects you. Faith protects you, and that theme is never subverted. There is a scene at the end where the Doctor has to break Ace's faith in him, but the only reason he has to do that is because her faith actually does shield her from the Haemovore. Like, he has to break her faith in him to let the Haemovore through. So the whole faith protects you thing is just true within the world of the story. Then you have Miss Hardaker's warnings about going into the sea, where going into the sea is it's sort of hinted that it's sort of thematically maybe representative of sex, right? Obviously this isn't explicit, this is classic Who, but it's sort of suggested, it's sort of playing that same role that it would play in a horror movie. Hardaker's warnings about going into the sea are totally correct. It is in fact dangerous to go into the sea. The sort of uptight Harridan, her warnings are right? She's right. Also, the counterpart of Alan Turing, whose name I forget in this, but whatever his name is, in this case it's he's the sort of outsider. He's disabled. He has a disability rather than it being homosexuality. Again, classic Who. You're not going to have homosexuality here, but it's this character. It's the deviant who is the one who is possessed by Fenric and who lets the evil into the world. So on so many levels, this just feels like a story that was written by, like a religious conservative or something, and it feels very out of place. And I don't like it. I don't like this perspective in Doctor Who. I just want to tell it to piss off. No. This isn't the kind of theme that I want to see it promoting. So I'm sorry. For these reasons, The Curse of Fenric, as much as I think it's a very, there are very good things about it, but I really can't love it. I think, however, all of those concerns about the politically the sort of socially conservative attitudes of Fenric are resolved with survival, which again, it seems to be a rather frankly unsubtle allegory for lesbianism. Survival is just brilliant. I feel like this is a story where we sort of finally see the Master be given, he's made scary again. He's made a genuine threat again. This is and look, I like it when the Master is silly and absurd. As I've said, I can enjoy it when he dresses up as Khalid in Time Flight. But it's been like the last time we had a story where the Master seemed like a genuine threat was, maybe Logopolis, maybe even the Deadly Assassin. You have to go back that far. Like the Ainley Master was always kind of camp, but Survival gives him a great send-off. He's really good here, it's it's not a masterpiece, but a nice way to wrap up the show, I suppose. And then for some reason we have the TV movie, which is total garbage. I frankly don't even consider it part of this project because this is classic Who, and the TV movie, anything after 1989 is not classic Who. So the TV movie is it was basically what they did is it's like let's give it a higher budget and then just completely drain it of all of its wonder and charm, and we'll just sort of Americanize it. Basically, it's rubbish. So there we go. That's my list, and well, I think I'm going to move The Face of Evil down. I think maybe that should go down as well. I suppose it doesn't really matter, does it? Exactly what the exactly what the list looks like. But there we go. I have completed the task of putting every single classic Who story into a tier list. Anyway, now I should actually get on with some real work. But that was That's the sort of thing I do for fun.